Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Royal Automobile Club, which is hosting the Varsity chess match between Oxford and Cambridge. Scores are very close in this long-running series. I think Cambridge is one match in the lead, so if Oxford win today, they can level the series. Here with Grandmaster Daniel Fernandez. How are you, Daniel?
Very well, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. And we're going to dive straight into the games. The games have just started. So where better to start than board one? And there's a story about board one, which is Tom O'Gorman, who is playing white, has played white the last 4 years and won all 4. And if he wins this match, it's going to be a varsity match record. He would have 5 out of 5. Early days, but what do you think of this opening, Daniel? Are you surprised by it at all?
I wouldn't say surprised. I think I've seen him play this before in the 4NCL. I don't have a reference, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He does tend to play quite aggressively with white. I remember him beating Kobe in last year's match, Kobe Kalavanan.
Yeah.
Relatively aggressive opening in that one, so it seems to be playing in that vein today as well.
You'd have to be an aggressive player, wouldn't you, to get 4 out of 4, and also a strong player. So he's international master, and his opponent, Alex Leslie, a candidate master. And so he's decided the Sicilian. So what do we think will happen here? Black's done this fianchetto. Going to get the bishop out here. Maybe castle.
I'm not going to lie, I don't know very much about this bishop c4 line. My own personal preference would be to play c3, maybe c4 on move 3. Well, we can assume, I guess, that Black is going to complete the fianchetto. I would guess white castles, and then at some point Black might want to push d5. It seems like the plan, which...
Giving up a pawn? Or
maybe prepare it with e6 first.
Yeah.
And then try and play knight e7 and d5. That feels like the way to play against white's c4 bishop.
Yeah. And what is white going to also try and push for a d4, do you think? Or maybe like a c3, like a delayed Fernandez system?
Alapin system. Well, I guess the one challenge is that if Black plays e6 immediately looking for that d5, then white could push past.
Yes.
Yeah, which makes the d5 break not so attractive positionally.
Because en passant's forced.
Yeah, that allows an en passant, and then Black's structure looks a bit more broken than if they got to play d5 and e takes d5. So maybe instead of e6, they're going knight c6 first, just for that possibility.
Makes sense. And then white presumably develop quickly.
Well, it could be, as you say, c3 and d4 here. Or white could put some energy into trying to stop Black from pushing d5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like rook e1. And...
Rook e1 feels reasonable, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And then if Black goes e6, there is still e5.
Oh, guess what?
You want it.
Look, we've got some more moves. They've played bishop g7.
Bishop g7.
And then
and
c3.
Then c3.
Interesting.
Okay.
So with a d4 plan in mind.
d4 is definitely being planned. If Black goes e6, I'm curious whether the intention is to push e5 still. I would assume so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, this will be one of those lines where concretely you can equalize, but then you have to actually know it at the board. It's a bit challenging.
Yeah, and I expect white will be, given the circumstances, white will be very keen to actually play for the win all the time and play quite an aggressive match, which could be interesting when the match livens up, right? And to see whether he keeps going for the win or whether he looks at the match score at all.
I'm curious whether Black can play the move d5 here.
Oh, d5 straight away.
Yeah.
What if white takes?
Well, if they take with the bishop, I was thinking to fork the bishop with the pawn, like so.
Yes. Okay. And
I don't expect you can keep the pawn.
Right. So you maybe have to drop the bishop back.
Yeah, there could still be some tricks though. Maybe.
Yeah, the trick because like Queen A4 kind of trick.
Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, bishop c4, and then if knight takes e4, maybe you have a queen a4 check, and bishop takes f7 to spoil my day.
Oh dear, already.
maybe d5 is a bit too optimistic.
Interesting. Okay, shall we look at?
Yeah.
We'll look at. Let's see. So this is live. Looks like it could be a lively game to come. Let's look at the next board. So in this one we have Freddie Hand as white, Daniel Gallagher as black. So Daniel is the Oxford captain playing black here, and we've got queen pawn opening from Freddie. And then Imzo.
Mm-hmm.
So this is all quite normal theory so far.
Quite normal theory, quite stable play from black.
Bishop g5, h6,
Bishop
h4,
and g5. So it is getting exciting.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is this is lining up an exciting match here.
Yeah.
Moving that pawn early in the game, which could be like getting more space for black, but also could leave their king quite open later in the game.
Yeah. And after bishop g3, he's gone knight c6.
Yes.
Which, my understanding of this system was that black wanted to push c5 at some point, but he's done it so quickly that I assume it's preparation of some sort.
Yeah. So this knight's going to block in the c5. You couldn't do c5 immediately, I suppose.
I vaguely thought you could.
Okay, so that's an alternative.
And the idea of that is to enable queen a5 and knight e4 quickly. Yeah.
And black's expanding then with pawns on both sides of the board, so lets him get an attack quickly, but it could backfire.
It could backfire. It does look like it could be loose, especially in the center, if white gets maybe some dramatic e4 push at some moment.
Yeah.
I wish I knew more theory on this. Knight f3 feels like a logical move to make, cold, not having seen it before. But it doesn't really interfere with what black wants to do, which is queen a5.
Yeah, you could have like bishop e5, sorry.
Yeah, you could have a bishop e5 immediately.
Or even after, like say it was knight f3, queen a5.
Yes, that could walk into a bishop e5. I was hoping that knight bd7 would be okay to deal with that.
Right. Yes.
But maybe I'm still in some bother after long castling or something equally brave.
Wow, long castle, yes. Stops the pin, doesn't it?
It does stop the pin. Sets up some knight takes d5.
It's going to be a wild game.
On the other hand, black has always this sort of thing.
Yeah.
To make it more unbalanced. I suppose queen a5 doesn't necessarily need to happen straight away. I could also play knight c6 to develop a piece.
Yeah, yeah.
But in any case...
But he's actually played knight c6.
He's played knight
c6, okay. And so, okay, that immediately hits the d4 pawn, so white's going to have to either e3 or knight f3, I suppose.
I would probably rather play e3. Knight f3 might walk into g4.
Oh gosh, yes, yeah.
But another option is to long castle.
Oh, I didn't even think of that one. Yes.
Yeah. You could long castle, or you could even play a3. I suppose a3 also does it.
So no. a3.
A3 is a bit too clever by half, isn't it?
Oh, because knight
takes d4. And then if the queen goes sort of here, I can play bishop c5 back. So I've just lost a pawn. It's not very clever at all.
Okay.
But long castle.
Long castle, you maybe can.
Long castle, maybe.
All right. So say you do. Go on. Let's see it. I kind of want to, because black's got, like, I want to get the bishop to f5 or something. Is black going to castle kingside. Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know quite what to make of this.
Yeah.
Maybe, well, it's this knight on c6 again, isn't it? I want to put it on e7 and play bishop f5 or knight f5. Then that feels a bit slow. You know, if white's playing bishop e5 and white's playing e4 and things.
So knight e7, bishop e5. Oh, yeah, because
it could end up being very slow.
The knight's not defended.
Or I could also walk into something very unpleasant like this.
Gosh.
Yeah, let's maybe not do that one.
So what's black got planned? Because it's knight c6. Presumably it's a bit quite an unusual.
Well, he's played it quite quickly, and he's not the kind of person I'd assume is improvising.
This is Daniel. I played against Daniel when he was like really tiny. Oh, don't accept it. Yeah. Like even when he was like about 12, I played him, and he knew way more theory than me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Well, I could be wrong about this, but I think these two players are the only ones I've actually played over the board in classical chess.
Really?
Yeah. Freddie Hand I drew with in 2016. Daniel Gallagher played in 4 NCL a couple of years ago, but the rest I'm not so familiar. Anyway, e3 played.
Okay, that makes sense. Oh my goodness, is h5 played?
h5 played. I think it was in the position for a while, but it does beg the question, what is white going to do about the bishop? They can ignore it.
Because that would make me even more want to castle queenside. I mean, not right away, obviously, because you've got to worry about the bishop. You can ignore it. Ignore it and just go into bishop e5.
Potentially ignore it and play bishop e5. Yeah.
Cool. And black's spent a lot of moves moving those kingside pawns.
It's maybe psychologically the most unpleasant, I think.
Yeah.
Because they've spent all this effort pushing the h pawn. And you're just telling them it means nothing.
Don't mind giving up my bishop anyway.
Well, in this case, if black takes it, they'd probably lose the d5 pawn at some stage.
Right.
That's maybe too optimistic for white, but even so, taking on e5 does look dangerous in some way.
Yeah.
I've also got queen a4 check ideas after that happens.
Just picking up the bishop on b4.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be tempted.
This looks quite nice for white.
I'd be tempted to ignore that one.
Yeah.
And maybe the reasoning behind him playing h5 actually is he's hoping for something like h4.
Hoping for h4, but he's not going to get it.
He's hoping for h4 because maybe that would allow him to do this and try and break white's pawn structure.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so white should ignore.
That's what I'm thinking at the moment. If they don't feel comfortable completely ignoring it, maybe there's a bishop b5. Maybe there's a case to be made for that.
Okay.
And then if h4, bishop e5
and it can't be
immune.
taken.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. And then black might, break the pin? Like maybe bishop d7.
Maybe bishop d7. That renews the question. But in a way that maybe the d5 pawn is not defended as well as it was before. So I'm just thinking if I can exploit that.
True.
Yeah, like for example, if I ignore again.
Yeah.
If h4.
Oh, and you can't go bishop e5 now at all because knight takes.
Well, it's at least slightly dicey, isn't it? Knight takes, pawn takes. You have bishop takes c3.
Yeah.
I suppose I can take on d7, can't I?
With check.
I can throw in this one.
Knight takes.
Or queen takes, maybe. Queen takes runs into this, doesn't it? Runs into e6. But then there's queen c6. It's very messy, isn't it?
Yes. f2's on.
Yeah. I think queen takes might be the better way for black to take back, actually.
Okay.
But in any case, I was thinking after h4, maybe there's a take on c6 intermezzo.
First intermezzo of the day.
And then if black takes back, then the bishop is really quite secure on e5, and maybe I have some queen f5 business being threatened as well.
You might have to go rook. Maybe rook out the way. Castle long for black as well. Although actually, if you've got queen f5 and you can't even castle long.
Yeah, queen f5 could be tricky.
Black's a bit loose around those g5.
You might need to play something like rook g8. It's ugly, but maybe it's the move. And then after queen f5. bishop e7 or knight d7 or something.
But white will be happy with this.
I think white will be happy with this, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, well, do we have any more moves, I wonder?
No, there's no reply yet to
No
h5.
reply yet to
So maybe let's
h5.
move
Just
on.
thinking about that. Yeah, let's go for the next game. Okay, so Aaron Saunders against Remy Rushbrook. Right. Do you want to, should we start from the start?
Mhm.
Okay. King's Indian attack.
Yeah,
So this is a bit of a quieter one, right?
This is a Matthew Wadsworth specialty.
Ah, right. What, the bishop g4?
Both sides.
Both
Yeah.
sides. Both sides.
When that bishop's on g2, Matthew's happy. Otherwise, not so much. Bishop g2. Yeah, knight d7 is, I guess, threatening e5 in some cases.
Mm.
So white needs to react to that, either with c4 or
G3?
d4 or something.
Okay.
I expect if white were to just castle, then e5 would be problematic.
Yeah.
And so c4 is just interrupting that a little bit,
Okay.
not wanting black to, well, they can't push past. They can't play e5. They can play, well, c6 or e6, I suppose.
And they have played e6.
Yeah.
Wait, your team, Matthew, is playing white.
Yeah, Remy's.
Yes, Remy's Cambridge. Yes. Do you want to come on already? Come on, talk a bit about people's openings. I'm going to sub off for a minute. And here is Cambridge trainer.
Hello, everyone. Nice to be here. First time back at the Varsity match since I played it in 2022. And yes, some interesting games so far. What do you make of this one? At least at this point, Dan.
Well, I'm very conscious of not knowing this opening much detail.
Yeah.
The only thing that I'm looking for is various queen b3 motifs. But I'm guessing those don't exist yet because black can reply with knight c5.
So this is actually quite an interesting line. I've played a couple of times that queen b3 I think is one of the better moves here. But then after knight c5 you play queen e3 and you get some very irregular structures with the queen in the middle of the board like this.
Okay.
I think there are lots of different ways that white can still play this ambitiously. The move that white has gone for here, queen a4, I'm not sure I have looked at before, but it does seem very logical. Any of these positions where black has a bishop on g4, you're sort of acutely aware that it is loose to these sorts of ideas. So white's already threatening c takes d5 with an attack on the bishop.
And also lining up some knight e5 with the d7.
And knight e5 exploiting the pin on that diagonal as well, exactly.
So black's reacted to that with knight f6.
Very logical.
I do like that chess.com calls it knight f6 and not gf6.
They've got their coding correct, yeah.
Yeah. Knight e5,
Mm-hmm.
and black kept the bishop.
Yep. With bishop
Seems
f5, very
reasonable.
logical.
I would have been tempted by bishop h5 as well. Is there anything?
It makes
with
sense to potentially, because now e2 is attacked and castles, at least for the minute, is unplayable.
Yeah.
Oftentimes you see in these positions you can play knight e5 prematurely as white, and you don't quite have the developments elsewhere on the board to quite justify it.
Yeah, you would need some sort of knight c3 or something. wouldn't
Exactly, and knight c3,
you? And then maybe c6 is a move.
c6, and your knight on e5 is hanging now, and you're not, I think, over the moon at playing knight takes d7.
No, but you might end up doing it anyway.
You probably have to. You're probably committed into it now, exactly.
And then
Knight
you also
takes
have to do
queen takes
something about
d7.
the e2 pawn because if you
d4 is
castle,
coming,
d4 is
exactly. And maybe d4 as white is playable here.
Maybe d4 is the way, yeah. And then
We're in a sort of interesting Catalan setup.
yeah, I'd consider some sort of a6 and b5.
a6 and b5 does look interesting, yeah.
But he's gone for bishop f5, which
Mhm.
doesn't really stop white from castling if they wanted to.
Mhm.
But white has chosen not to do that
And
and has
instead,
just swapped off a bunch of pieces.
yep.
queen d7. I guess the reasoning from white's perspective is that now knight takes d7 isn't possible. So black
has to play king takes
has
d7.
to give up the casting rights, although I'm not sure how sad they are about that in general.
Yeah.
Maybe they could come to regret it later if some d3 and e4 opens up the center.
Potentially, yeah. And I think in these structures, I think it's likely white plays d takes d5 quite early here, because d takes c4 will become a threat, I think, sooner rather than later.
How would you feel about playing knight c3 here?
So knight c3, I guess the main move you need to calculate is, are you okay after d4? Which I think you are, that just knight b5, and there are 2 pawns attacked.
Yeah.
So probably c6 then by black.
Yeah,
is
and then
sensible.
I was thinking to maybe launch into that plan with some sort of d3.
D3 and e4 quite quickly could be
I want bishop
interesting
f4,
here.
long castle, maybe e4 later.
And black could easily regret having the king stuck in the center. I think you can get into a sense of security once the queens come off, but there's still a lot of material left on the board, and there's easily enough for there to be some quite dangerous attacking ideas.
As black, I'd be thinking, how do I possibly maintain this pawn on d5? Maybe I preemptively retreat the bishop at some point.
Yeah.
And I react to e4 as and when it comes.
But it's still a difficult decision when it does happen. Are you taking on e4 or c4? Are you leaving the pawn where it is on d5? It's not immediately obvious what you should do.
Okay. And just a couple more moves. White's taken on d5. E takes d5, and now this whole d3 e4 business doesn't seem as threatening, at least to me, because black's bishop can always drop back to this square. So if we were to do something similar, maybe black plays a move like bishop.
Maybe bishop
d6.
Bishop d6, bishop b4. I'm probably castling here as white, and maybe e4 does probably happen, but it's potentially a little bit slower.
Yeah, I'm not even sure is e4 okay at the moment because of rook e8. Probably not.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to play it without having first castled.
Kingside.
You probably need to go kingside here.
Yeah.
I mean, you're still relatively happy as white, I think. Could consider potentially some bishop g5 idea.
Maybe rook e8, and then d4 becomes
d4 is interesting. So I was thinking maybe bishop g5 here.
Makes sense. Maybe bishop e5 is a thing at some moment. Yeah, I quite like black's position right now.
I don't think there's anything wrong with where black is at the moment. I think can be relatively happy with how the opening's gone.
Yeah. I think white may have overrated that loss of casting rights.
Yeah, let's have a look at another game. So I think that was board 4.
That was.
So it's the order
3,
is.
wasn't it?
So that
chess.com hasn't.
Chess.com.
Really.
So board 3 are the 2 Singaporeans, Cameron Go for Cambridge and Ashvin Sivakumar for Oxford.
Okay.
And we have what looks like a relatively theoretical Nimzo.
Yep.
So from the beginning.
d4, knight f6, c4, e6.
Yep.
Knight c3, bishop b4. f3, we saw queen c2 on the other board.
Yep.
c5, white played d5. And now b5.
Yep.
And at some moment, is white ever taking this?
I think taking this, at least in the short run, you have knight takes d5, and I guess it's sort of reminiscent of various ideas like the Blumenfeld or the Benko, but you're not even getting a pawn for your trouble as white.
Yeah. And after e4 d6.
E4 d6.
Am I hallucinating, or is knight e2 the main move here?
I think knight e2 might be the most. I think knight e2 is the most common move. Then you have lines where white goes knight f4 to provoke e5 and then goes back to e2. I think it might be knight g2, b takes c4, knight f4 might be the main line here.
And then some.
I think e5
choice between e5 or g5 even.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
And the positions are quite. I think it's about equal, but the positions are very sharp and difficult to play for both sides.
Yeah. Whereas bishop d2, I think
it has been. I think it has been played recently. I might be wrong. I think Erigasi might have played this quite recently, but it's a little. I think a little bit less theoretical and a bit greener.
Okay. Was this also the game Jonah was playing the other day, our mutual friend?
Possibly. I think, this line of, I think F3 is becoming increasingly popular against Nimzo as a very sort of aggressive confrontational way for white to play. And I think you see this follow up with C5, B5, D6. I think increasingly frequently nowadays.
Okay.
So bishop D2, A6, logical move. I think if you take on B5, black just takes back and then looks for counterplay in the sort of the spirit of the Benko and other similar openings.
Taking back on B5.
I think taking back on B5, or maybe E takes D5. You throw in E takes D5 first. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I'd be sort of tempted to castle as well. Potentially, yeah. But then maybe D takes E6 is unpleasant. So maybe ED5. And is knight takes possible?
Knight takes, so you'll take back with the knight.
Ideally, white maybe wants to do this, but then the E file is
the E file being open. I think you just castle here as black, and it looks very scary.
If bishop B4, there's queen H4.
Queen H4 is nice, yeah.
It's nice. Is it particularly strong? I go
G3, queen takes B4, queen D2, rook E8.
Okay, and then
you're winning back B5, and that's I think true. Equal material here. Black looks positionally a lot better.
Yeah, I'd agree. So bishop takes B4, probably not on the cards there.
Yeah.
So white would have to react with some maybe bishop D3 or something, but there's enough play.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
So instead A4 was played by white here, which sort of forces the issue now. Black has to capture either on A4 or C4. And I think C4 makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, it sort of slightly undermines this pawn, even though white gets a bishop there now.
Yeah.
And knight BD7
is an interesting move. So my first instinct is D takes E6.
Yeah. So what's the plan after D takes E6? Let's try and work that one out.
So I feel like we've got to play F takes E6 to start with. That E takes F7 check is going to be a very annoying tempo.
Yeah.
In most lines.
There's no really talented move, is there? Like some knight E5.
Knight E5, E takes F7, and King F8. I don't know.
It feels very optimistic, doesn't it?
It could well be strong, but I don't know if I'm 100% seeing it.
Shall we indulge a bit? So knight E5,
yeah.
F7, King F8.
King F8.
I assume must be better than King E7. Let's just say.
For the sake of argument, they could easily transpose.
And Bishop E2, or are we trying to be more ambitious somehow?
I feel like if black, are you thinking, I don't know, some like Queen E2 or Queen B3, and just keep the bishop where it is, or
yeah, maybe.
It's interesting. I mean,
I'm always thinking whether black can just break with D5 in those positions. Like maybe Queen E2, just D5 here.
D5 immediately. See what happens. Yeah, it's a complete tactical mess.
Yeah. They say it's easier to sacrifice other people's pieces.
Very true. Yeah, I know. Cameron has prepared a lot for this game, and is rapidly improving and is very strong on openings. So I feel like he could easily still be in at least his own knowledge with knight BD7. It's a surprising move. He hasn't spent that much time, sort of 10 minutes or so over the first 9 moves. That
you wouldn't just play it, would you?
That suggests that he has either he's bluffing or he has looked at this beforehand.
It'd be quite a remarkable bluff.
It would be an incredible. Well, I mean, and Ashwin is currently tanking on the clock, presumably going through some of the lines that we are right now.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's say if it's F takes E6, then bishop takes E6.
Has to be critical.
Where are we finding our compensation? We could start Queen E7 or Knight E5, or
both look very logical. Knight E5 was my first instinct.
Well, it gives you a check, doesn't it?
The option of the check on D3 is uncomfortable, I think, and you may well be able to renew it with C4.
Maybe that's just the plan.
Following move potentially
taking back the bishop and saying next will be knight D3 check.
And if Queen C2, C4, it comes anyway. And yes, white's a pawn ahead, but black's the one with a safer king. black's development is a lot more natural.
I would still take white in a classical high level game. I'm not sure exactly how you would diffuse this.
Some
Maybe
bishop f4
knight
here,
e2.
or
Maybe bishop f4 is a good move.
yeah,
Then there's no check, is there?
yeah. And d6 is also loose.
C4 anyway. And if you take my knight, at least my idea is I can play queen c5 and rook d8.
It's I mean, white's very black's pieces do just seem to like the bishop on b4 covering the d6 weakness. I mean, at this point, bishop takes e5 is almost forced.
Feels consistent, and then
white's got
organized.
Definitely some issues to try and solve here. At the same time, it's definitely worth asking, like, how much of a choice does white even have? Does white have to go for this with d takes e6, or are there some other? Are there some ways that he can reject the sacrifice and still get good play?
Yeah.
I think those are the decisions he's going to be thinking, but it's not
100% sold on bishop f4.
So you were saying what, knight ge2 here as a possible
I was trying to offer you back the b2 pawn, and just it doesn't matter. I
might well just reject. I may well just leave the knight on d3 and sort of knight d3 check king f1, maybe c4.
Maybe some sort of knight f4.
Yeah, you think you've got to try and get rid of that knight, I think. Knight takes b2, is there a queen b1 there?
Queen b1 or c2. The knight looks...
I was going to say
like
queen b1 also hitting the bishop might be...
It's not really following its highest goal.
I don't think so. Black might just be... I guess you can just about hold on to material. Bishop takes c3, but that's giving up the bishop is not what you want here at all.
Yeah, you could do a bishop c3 and then rook b8, I suppose. So there is a downside.
That's interesting.
To queen b1. Yeah. I was thinking maybe black would take immediately. And then you have the c4 square to escape.
I guess queen b3 is also interesting here then.
Yeah, queen b3. This forces black to use this square instead.
Yeah.
At least it feels like white's a bit more developed now. Want some knight f4 or maybe bishop g5.
Yeah. At the same time, potentially the queen's exposed on the b file with some rook b8 to come. Yeah. It's a very, very messy position, but at least from the position on the clocks, it feels like Cameron's maybe got in a bit of a nasty surprise.
Yeah, it would be a nasty surprise, wouldn't it? Just before we move on, if white were to decline this pawn, how would they do it?
Yeah. So the issue is, if you just play a developing move, knight e5 is definitely coming next. Bishop gets hit, and you're going to have the same issues that we've seen through all of these lines with the d3 square being weak, but white hasn't even got a pawn for their troubles. I don't know, potentially.
Well, you want to somehow support the c4 bishop with a knight, don't you? Not quite possible.
But nothing is quite in the vicinity. Maybe you can.
It's ridiculous to take and play some move with the c3 knight. Even
knight ce2 maybe.
Knight ce2 or knight b1. I was thinking, how bad is knight b1?
Knight b1 just to reroute the knight to d2. Yeah,
I don't want to play knight b1.
Yeah.
But while we're here, yeah.
So if let's say knight b1. If I take on d2, you go knight takes.
I want knight takes. Yeah.
Yeah. Knight. I'll go knight e5.
Maybe knight e2.
And
it feels more solid, at least.
It feels more solid, but I don't think black has any reason why black would think they're worse.
No.
At this point.
Although they could later come to regret this d6.
Potentially, they could regret the d6 pawn. So it's interesting. Maybe there's some quick d5 move.
Yeah. Like if I had a couple of moves as white, short castle.
Yeah.
b3's there, knight c3's there, and then we can start
putting major pieces on the d file. Yeah. but d5 immediately throws a bit of a wrench in that.
Yeah, it's psychologically a tricky position to be in, because if you don't take this pawn, you're left playing moves like knight b1. And
Exactly.
I could be missing an obvious candidate, but
I don't think that's especially what you want to do, especially this early in the game.
Yeah.
As white, and I think also the clock pressure. Like, I mean, we've seen lots of high-profile tournaments in the last year or so without an increment, even incredibly experienced players really struggling with time management. And I think if with no increment until move 40, we're going to see a lot of people get very low on time and potentially struggle to even make the 40 moves. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. And if we see any big time deficits, that becomes its own big form of pressure on the players. So
more exciting for the spectators.
Exactly.
Shall we see another game?
Let's keep going through the matches. So board 5 is, I believe, Renesh San as black and Trish Kartik as white.
So this was a open Sicilian by a slightly different route. Knight off variation. And black playing queen c7.
So knight f3 there is already somewhat unstandard.
Yeah. So they normally go knight b3, don't they? Knight b3, and then
there are
h3 and queen f3 or something.
Large blocks of theory, going 30 moves deep. Knight f3 is maybe a little bit more economical.
Yeah. It's an attempt to just be positionally better, isn't it?
I think so.
Not have a long theoretical discussion. And queen c7. So that prevents white from playing bishop c4.
Yep.
You can also allow bishop c4 and meet it with bishop e6 in some of these positions. And one of the big questions to me has always been this b8 knight. So if it, as in the game, white plays bishop g5, then it seems logical enough to play knight bd7.
Feels absolutely essential to play knight d7 there, even that you need it to keep an eye on f6. Otherwise knight d5 is already a strong idea, but doubly so, gaining the tempo on the black queen.
Yeah. So for that reason, I would somewhat query playing bishop g5 here.
It seems like it's playing into white's hands a bit.
Into black's hands.
In black's hands even.
Yeah.
And you've already moved the bishop once in the opening.
I'd be more tempted to play, well, even a useful move like h3, but let's say a4 for the sake of argument.
Yeah.
a4 is looking for potentially a5.
Yeah.
If black plays knight bd7 anyway, we can find something more useful to do than bishop g5.
You would think so, yeah.
You would hope so. Maybe knight d2, for example. And then bishop c4 is a thing.
Yeah.
Or you could try and play a5 knight c4.
Try and target the weak b6 square. And
eventually, in the fullness of time, this knight could appear on d5. At least it's closer than on f3.
Yeah.
And black doesn't really have much they can do with the c8 bishop at the moment.
So I mean, potentially after a4 is like bishop e6 first an idea. Try and get a slightly better coordination with the queenside pieces.
I was somewhat hoping that knight g5 would annoy
Knight
you
g5 is the obvious counter, I guess, and I feel like we don't want to allow knight takes e6 and that structure with f takes e6.
Yeah, I think you quite rarely do. And in this case, I would be tempted to follow up with g3 bishop h3, just because that pawn looks quite tender from that angle.
Yeah. And I guess if you tacitly offer a draw with bishop c8, the knight, I'm sure, has somewhere more useful to go than retreating back to f3.
Well, I suppose I could delay that, couldn't I? I could also do something like h3 here. It's like a somewhat useful move. And if you go h6, forcing me back,
Knight
then
f3,
some
bishop.
stage later on, the knight can come here.
And we're going to claim if I go bishop e6 here, then h3 is more useful than h6. I mean, I feel like they're both kind of semi-useful.
Well, I was going to try and claim that on the basis that knight h2 is coming and
okay,
maybe
and getting rid
trading
of
off
that
your
knight.
Yeah.
But that makes sense.
It's not very convincing, though, is it? Maybe I can do better than h3.
Yeah. Bishop c8 seems very,
maybe a5 here.
a5 potentially.
a5 is much more direct, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And the weakness on the b6 square is uncomfortable long term, shall we say?
Yeah, it's just generally a good bind to have, isn't it?
But
And maybe you can follow it up with some knight d5.
and those structures tend to be very
as well.
favourable for white. Yeah.
Okay, but white has played bishop g5, better or for worse. Knight bd7. Now they've gone a4. So still there's a problem with the c8 bishop, but I would argue white's maybe not spent their developing tempi quite so well. h6 has come.
And where exactly this bishop is going is
It's not very clear,
not clear, is
or
it?
maybe it's going back to e3, but
E3 does suggest
a knight g4 ideas.
and does suggest a bit of a failure of this bishop g5 plan.
Yeah.
This sort of situation is b6 a move.
It's definitely a move.
To try and get that in before white sort of creates the bind with a5.
Yeah. And I suppose another feature of this position is when white plays a bishop d3 or knight d2, you may be able to push past. So something like knight d2, bishop b7.
Now d5 ideas become
and
quite
next move
serious.
d5, yeah, that could be quite good for black.
Instead we've had bishop h4. Yeah.
So I guess the question is, do you think a5 is important enough to spend time on b6? And I would argue yes in general.
I think even more than that, it gives you an avenue to actually develop this light squared bishop, which is clearly you can't move the knight on d7. You're going to have to develop it somewhere.
Yeah.
And b7 seems like a decent home.
Yeah, I think b6 is the most natural move there. There's also bishop e7.
Bishop e7 can't be bad, I guess, but I'm definitely playing a5 there as white, I think.
Yeah, you're playing a5, and I need some clever tricks. Do I have them? Is the next question. Something like d5 comes to mind. I always want to play d5. Let's just do it, see what happens.
So e takes, presumably you're going
e takes, I wanted e4.
Yeah.
And then I was looking for some bishop b4.
Yeah.
Now there could be a very clever move here that spoils my day. Like a bishop g3 or something. And I was thinking if you just make a generic knight move.
Yeah.
Well, in some cases, I can't try and be clever, can I? But just
something like
a
this.
Useful bishop b4 and hitting that a5 pawn from behind.
Yeah. So some maybe bishop g3 followed by knight c4 here.
Yeah. Bishop g3, I guess queen d8. Knight c4.
I guess knight c4. Then I'll claim I'm covering everything.
Which does seem to be true. Can I attack this pawn in some way? I guess I can play knight c5 and say I don't really mind you playing knight d6 check.
Yeah. I guess castling is castling and then knight c5 is probably also possible. But knight c5 immediately, and yeah, knight d6 check, king f8.
Yeah.
There are white does have quite a few loose points in their position.
Yeah, the c3 knight is not ideal, is it? And if I end up taking back on c8 later on. I have the feeling white is better, but I don't know exactly how. Maybe queen d4 is a good move.
Potentially, yeah. Getting very sharp.
Yeah.
Queen d4, I guess this queen takes d5.
But then knight d6 check.
Knight d6 check.
And I'm on the bishop as well.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, maybe queen d4. On the basis this knight is also tied down.
Yeah.
But okay, it's super sharp. Black could castle away. And black's coordination at least seems a bit better.
At least certainly in the short run, yeah.
So maybe bishop e7, but if we're trying to avoid, sudden heart rate spike, b6 seems like the way to do it.
I think so, yeah. And time-wise here, again, sort of a 15-minute advantage or so for black. Seems to be a relatively positive indication. But yeah, as we said, black has a couple of different ways to play from here. Yeah, should we keep going through the games?
Yeah. So that was board 5, you say?
Mm-hmm.
What was board 6?
So
Was
board
that
6, keep going. That's board 7. Sasha against Gem Gurner is board 6. Yeah. Which is
interesting. What's that queen doing?
It's a very good question.
I think I've had something almost exactly like this against Richard Pert. Don't have the reference for it though.
Mm.
Okay, so a Grunfeld was offered, but white didn't take on d5.
Mm-hmm.
And black took on c4.
Yeah.
Queen a4 check and knight fd7.
You do
don't know
sometimes
how-
see knight fd7 in these kinds of positions,
Yeah.
don't you? The idea that
suppose.
you bring the knight round to b6,
Yeah,
sort of
round to
uncover
b6.
the bishop from
Knight a6
Knight
played
a6.
and queen g5. Okay. So I have to confess myself basically lost from the moment of knight fd7, although I suspect Richard Pert did play that.
Mm.
But it was a while ago. So queen g5.
So the immediate instinct is some knight b4 going anywhere for black. I feel like you have to defend that with knight a3. If you go queen d2, are there some tactics there?
I could also very nihilistically offer you a draw with queen c5.
True.
But I would expect you to say no and play knight 65.
I guess there's also even queen b5 check forces. It's very murky
queen
kind of
b5
position.
check, maybe you don't have to
Knight
look and see.
c6 and knight e5. Maybe
I
I
have to
don't
do
know.
something regarding this pawn, don't I?
Yeah.
Knight e5. Is there queen takes d4? Is that asking too much? Vaguely.
I think so, yeah. At the very least, you're getting your pawn back, and black's position looks a little messy.
Well, I would argue white's position is a bit tied down on the queen side.
Potentially.
So we're talking about the line knight c6, bc6,
Bishop
Bishop
c6,
c6,
bishop
bishop
d7
d7.
forced.
and then maybe some trades as well.
Yeah.
You don't
And
have to trade. You could play with like knight c3.
Knight c3 is very possible too.
Yeah.
But we'll get some sort of structure with the black having this sort of possible weakness with the A and the C pawns, but also some activity with the semi-open B file, and a question of which of those is going to be sort of more of a factor as the endgame continues.
Yeah, I would say stylistically, I prefer to be black here,
Mm.
just because of that bishop.
Strength of the bishop, at least in the short run, I think certainly outweighs the weakness of the A and C pawns. If white gets himself organized, potentially that reverses.
Yeah. I'm also maybe looking forward to the moment where I can take on c3 and then get some nice squares on the c file. So I'm thinking something like, for the sake of argument, takes everything knight
c3. Maybe you go knight bishop takes c3, knight c4, or
It's
something like that.
completely not
here.
forced to take, but
Yeah,
if I did want to, and then I play something like king c6 and
you can
knight
easily
c4.
see the knight being a lot stronger than the bishop here.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't think black has to take, but maybe that's. a good
And I
option.
guess at the same time, white doesn't have to play knight e5 either.
Yeah.
You
There is this threat of a6 somewhere in the offing.
potentially, I don't know, e3 here, and then looking to drop the queen back to e2. It
Yeah.
feels like you've spent a lot of tempi with the queen, but
So has black with the knight, I suppose.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You could just make a developing move with black here,
So yeah,
I
it
wonder
can't
if
be
there's
anything
anything
wrong with
with like bishop f5.
bishop
or something.
f5 or castles or
Although, just as we say that, bishop f5 does sort of open the door to some knight h4 motifs, doesn't it?
yeah.
Maybe there's something there. I was drawn to bishop f5 because it also vaguely supports, well, blocks white's queen line to c5 so that
Yeah.
we can push c5.
So we now have on the board, I think, h6.
Yes, we do.
In terms of where that queen's going now, I mean, guesses from anyone. I think D2, but
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because there is this motif as well. G5, G4. To the extent that maybe if white goes back to D2,
it's G5 immediately is definitely worth considering. It's a very messy, irregular position, but I feel like black is probably the slightly more happy of the players here.
Yeah, I'm liking black here. Maybe C5 is an option as well. Just to have a relatively safe position.
And if we get a symmetrical pawn structure after those two pawns are exchanged, black's clear lead in development.
Yeah,
it should at least give him something.
Yeah, I think white would very much not enjoy taking this.
No.
To the extent that I'd look for ways to sack it before I took on C5.
Yeah, but something like this.
B3, for example, B3 and bishop B2. But if we were to get something like this, I think black is significantly better.
Might consider knight f takes D2, so in a similar vein to knight f d7 earlier.
Yeah, maybe.
But either way, it's just a question of how much better black is here, I think. It could be playable for white, but it's certainly not what you're going for after only a handful of moves. But good, thank you.
Just checking.
Yeah, H6 does seem like a good move from black. Yeah, the opening has not gone white's way,
Not
at least
quite,
so
no.
far. Right.
So
Shall we move
a
on?
couple more games to go, yeah.
This is board 7, you were saying? And it's a Trompovsky, as you do. G5, D5, bishop takes, G takes.
G takes with both moves fully playable.
Yeah.
E3, E5. And
Is E5 theory?
I think E5 is the best move here.
Okay.
Then after knight 3, I have actually looked at the game in this line quite recently. I think that game went E4 by black, which is, I think, a little misguided.
Yeah, it sort of looks like it'll get blocked at some stage, right? Maybe even knight H4.
I think knight H4 is interesting, or you can just sort of play it knight FD2 and claim you've got like quite a good reverse French. So I think trying to keep the pawn on E5 is I think the correct instinct here.
And bishop D6 does seem like the way to do that.
Which makes sense, yeah.
Not least because the D5 pawn is poisoned. So white could take, but then they can't take on D5 because of bishop B4 check.
Bishop B4 picks up the queen, exactly. So C4 by white is...
C4 by white's completely reasonable. And in a lot of Trompovsky positions, you want to take that, don't you? But maybe not necessarily this one.
Yeah, I think with the E takes F6 lines, you're always playing D takes C4 and getting those kinds of structures.
But here it may just allow white to get some useful diagonals, maybe just take back immediately.
Potentially, yeah.
Or maybe knight BD2, not sure which is better.
Yeah.
Okay, he's gone C6. And white's continued to keep the tension in the center, knight C3.
Yep.
On the basis, I guess, that if black didn't take on C4 before, they won't now.
Yep.
And
gone bishop E6 is logical for the same reasons.
And it does feel like the tension is about to break, and it has done in the game with queen B3 and then D takes C4.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if there's any way for white to release it just yet.
So I think, at least in the current situation, I think you almost never want to play D takes C5 unless it sort of immediately gains something.
So how is it to play C takes D5?
C takes D5, C takes D5.
And a check, I was thinking.
And a check. I guess knight C6 here seems logical.
Yeah. I was then wondering if I have some version of E4.
E4 at this sort of point does look interesting.
Yeah. Pieces have lined up so that a pawn fork on D5 would at least
I guess
enter
there's
the consideration.
E takes D4 and things get quite
I was hoping knight takes D4.
Knight takes D4. And Yeah, it looks.
I wouldn't be enjoying
uncomfortable.
black here.
No, not at all.
I'd be expecting to lose a pawn on some level.
I think you'd count it as getting away with it if it's just a pawn that you lose here. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, bishop b5 check is maybe quite unpleasant, actually. You might have to move the king.
I was going to say king f8 is.
It's not the end of the world.
Not at all. The king will get to g7. You'll sort of be able to castle by hand.
Yeah.
Down the line.
Maybe while you're doing that, I can try and win the d5 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm keen to bring this f1 bishop into play somehow. But in the game, he went queen b3.
Which, again, logical, targeting the b7 pawn, and sort of adding more pressure onto the center and d5 specifically.
Yeah. And so, in all of these, well, I say all of these, but many openings, when queen b3 happens, black is meeting it with queen b6. Right?
Yeah.
So is that possible here?
So the standard reaction in a situation like this would be, can white play c5 and get a good version of this kind of queenless middle game?
It looks like an excellent version, doesn't it?
I think it just looks like an excellent version.
Bishop goes somewhere and then white
bishop c7, b4, and b5 exactly.
Yeah.
And that structurally looks excellent for white. Not only have you got the doubled f pawns, but you're going to create a weakness on black's queen side as well.
Yeah.
You've even got rid of your bad bishop, so your pawns all being on dark squares is a bonus. I think you've got to be. I think black definitely needs to avoid this at all costs, because it looks very one-sided in white's favor.
Yeah. So black played d takes c4, which is also not really a move that you want to make, I guess, if you can help it. But it might be the lesser evil.
Potentially.
Point. So d takes c4. White's gone bishop takes c4.
I guess there is queen b7, which I'm not immediately sure what the refutation is here, if there even is one.
So there's a possibility that I can ignore that queen.
That's the question, isn't it? Are you getting trapped?
Can I castle
after queen takes a8 and then either queen c7 or queen b6?
Yeah. Well, queen b6.
Queen b6 to hit b2 actually looks very scary.
I suspect castling is not correct, but not because of queen takes a8. Maybe there's a d takes e5 and some rook d1.
Possibly you get a good vote. You keep the threat of queen takes a8 in reserve, keep playing normal moves, and eventually black will have to deal with it somehow.
Yeah.
Maybe after queen takes b7, can you maybe instead of castling, maybe you can consider queen b6 and try and get that by transposition?
Yeah, I could do that, couldn't I?
And queen takes b6, a takes b6 is a very, very messy position. But
I was half thinking of knight e4, but sadly black has a bishop e4 check.
That would be lovely.
Yeah, queen b6 is a good response.
So potentially this sort of pushed white towards bishop takes c4 instead.
Yeah, it's definitely safer, isn't it? Bishop takes c4.
For sure.
You assume you'll generally be slightly better, not too much drama.
And then after, the long term, the f5 square feels very, very tender from black's point of view, and I can easily see white's knight circling that square. Already, just if black castles kingside, that feels long term incredibly risky. But at the same time, I'm not sure going queenside is all that appealing either.
Okay, well let's put a couple of moves on the board. Let's say queen
e7 feels useful in both for sort of both plans.
I think knight d7 also will be useful in both cases. So question is for white, which side would you rather go? And for me, probably short, but I understand it's
stylistic choice as well.
Definitely advantages to both. Going queenside feels more dynamic somehow. And with the idea that if you have some quick idea of opening up the center and using the D file to attack down. I don't know. I feel like white could easily just be better, regardless of which way you castle here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, as black, I want knight d7. I want knight b6, and then probably long castle.
Yeah.
And if I feel especially threatened, I might try and get rid of this knight.
Yeah.
I think it's manageable for black, but not pleasant at all.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, and our last game.
Final. Yeah. Let's round out the set. Final game is Ilya Missoura from Cambridge against Imogen Camp of Oxford.
Okay, and this other game.
The final game is the reserve board, exactly.
Okay.
So this one's gone. I think this is the furthest any of the games have got.
Yeah.
So starts off relatively conventionally.
Yeah. Queen's Gambit declined and a Carlsbad structure.
All fairly traditional.
Yeah.
Ilya going for the plan with knight ge2 here. Arguably the sort of more ambitious way for white to play these positions.
Mm-hmm. And f3 is gearing up towards some eventual e4.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I played a game in the British in 2014 where Chris Ward played a plan with long castle and king b1 and a kingside pawn drawn against me. I'm wondering how the two plans compare.
It's also reminiscent of the Erigasi game from the Olympiad. I don't know if you saw that one, this sort of structure. And again, queenside castling, g4, h4, g5. I think white has a lot of flexibility with how you play these kinds of positions. The traditional low risk plan is some minority attack with a3 and b4. I guess the minute you cast the queenside, you take that option away.
Yeah.
So maybe this knight ge2 plan is sort of a middle ground between the two, that you're not going crazy on the king side, and you're still leaving sort of multiple routes open to you.
Yeah.
But there's definitely it's in the same way black has a lot of freedom in these positions as well, in terms of the different plans that you can go for.
I've often struggled to see the freedom in black's position in this sort of thing. Because it feels like if you push c5, you'll end up with this isolated queen's pawn.
Yeah.
If you push b5, you'll end up with a backward c pawn.
Mm-hmm.
You could push a5 and a4, but it doesn't feel very functional.
And I think black has to be a lot more just reactive and adaptive to what plans white's going for.
Yeah.
And anticipating, which is some people enjoy playing that way, but I feel like it's maybe more stressful on the black side than the white side.
Yeah.
It's,
There is definitely the school of thought that says that white should just play this bishop takes f6 type position as well.
Yeah, I think there's
B4,
the logic that you play that to
B5,
sort of
maybe
supercharge the minority attack, and you want to get a position of a knight against a dark squared bishop and argue that the dark squared bishop just can't really do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite difficult to see a future for this bishop. I think black's best setup tends to be bishop on d6, queen on e7, and knight in front on f6. So they're a bit short.
It takes a while to get there, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, but anyway, white's played more aggressively with f3. Black's still gone knight f8.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the e3 pawn's weaker than it was, so giving up the dark square bishop is less of an option for white now, I'd say.
I think so. So you often see that bishop get tucked back on the f2 square, which I think is exactly what happens the next couple of moves.
It's exactly what happens. I'm wondering if black can actually maybe exploit that pawn a bit better right now. Some sort of knight h5. Is that on the cards?
So
When I say exploit, you can always push it.
I was going to say it more or less forces me to take and play e4, given that is the plan I'm going for, unless there's an immediate way for black to respond here. it feels like I get my plan in relatively comfortably.
Okay, so if we look at a position like this one, I guess you could play pawn takes.
I think pawn takes in these situations.
And then a bishop g4. How would we assess this? From my perspective, I wouldn't mind being black because I think these two pawns could be attacked.
They're definitely future targets. I guess the question is, does the initiative white is going to get in some form as a result of the center? How much is that initiative worth?
Yeah.
Additionally, the idea with having the semi-open F file, can I target F7 over the next couple moves? I think long term,
now,
maybe some rook F2, rook AF1. Black's minor pieces are a little bit haphazard, I think. Especially the knight on H5. If at some point I can play E5, open up the diagonal for my queen and bishop, and also kind of take the F6 square away from that knight. It's not immediately clear where exactly that piece is going.
I was hoping to leave it there while I attack the d4 pawn. Maybe that's optimistic.
Potentially, I think you might need at some point to play G6 to protect it, I guess. But then that creates more weaknesses that you'll have to deal with down the road.
I suppose depending on the situation, I could also just play F5 and forget about
possibly. It's
sacrificing many other people's pieces here. But okay, black played G6, which seems solid enough and useful. And white's plan is to play E4, but they don't seem fully ready for it yet.
I think, the logic at least is that there are lots of sort of preparatory moves that you can and should go for first.
Yeah. Like while the bishop's still on G5, it feels like E4 might walk into some fork like this, which
exactly.
you don't really want to do.
Yeah.
So bishop H4, knight E6, rook A D1. Now, were we ready for E4? I still suspect not, because that D4
I think the D4 pawn hanging, so you want rook A D1 and maybe bishop F2 as well.
Yeah.
Defend, overprotect the D pawn, and then you're ready to play E4, sort of at your convenience.
Yeah. So is there a way black can try and prepare C5 while that's happening?
The standard rule, right, is that once white plays F3, C5 becomes a lot more attractive.
So how about B6 here, for example? You may still need to do your bishop F2.
I probably still need bishop F2. I'm not quite in time.
And then bishop B7.
Bishop B7, and now E4, and it gets very concrete and very, very sharp.
So I was still hoping that E4 wasn't really on the cards, but maybe I'm wrong. So
pawn takes and knight G4 is awkward. Yeah.
It may not be terminally awkward. Maybe some bishop C4 and just give me the bishop and pressurize F7.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky. The bishop on B7, I don't know, it feels sort of, once white successfully played E4, feels sort of misplaced.
I still want to play C5.
If you can get C5 in, then it probably justifies it, but at least at the moment, it's maybe a little bit awkward.
Another thing I'm wondering is maybe queen C7 here, threatening mate.
Which essentially forces bishop G3 and then opens up the E3 square to a massive fork if there's time for it.
Yeah, so bishop G3, if I have bishop D6, that doesn't weaken F6 and F7 too much.
Yeah. Rook F3 here, maybe?
Do I have a knight G5? It's getting quite confusing.
Yes.
I think I'd like to play knight G5.
Knight G5, and there's maybe...
Or maybe I want to play... No, I can't play C5. C5 is not there yet.
And I guess bishop takes D6. Oh, no, what's going on there? Very sharp. I think bishop takes D6 works, right?
Bishop takes D6 and...
Rook G3.
rook g3.
And h5 is not possible here because e5 and you have queen takes g6, things in the air.
And then, is there a rook takes e5? Is that line over?
Rook takes e5, f takes e5, queen c5 check, rook d4. That it's incredibly messy. But I think I'm holding it together if I'm wise.
Yeah, it does feel like it, doesn't it? Okay, so maybe this would be a logical development. And then maybe black has nothing better than trying to take the bishop on f2, for example.
Yeah, and I feel like if this sort of thing happens, white's maybe quite, at least in the short term, quite happy. You have a clear plan to target f7.
Well, there are some tempi, aren't there? So rook takes, I assume, and then bishop g5 has to be dealt with. And then maybe next move I want c5.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
instead in the game,
black played b5, which I'm not so sold on. So I feel like I want to prepare c5 if possible.
Yeah.
And white played bishop f2.
Yep.
And in fact, h3.
h3 smart move. Take away all of those knight g4 ideas. Yeah. And now I think white's basically done everything that you need to prepare e4.
This looks quite convincing for white.
Yeah.
Because it's not quite clear where this b5 is going.
You
can push it onwards, but
it always allows knight a4.
Yeah. You sort of need there to be a b4 followed by c5, don't you? Something like that.
Yeah. Which makes black's next move sort of make sense. Rook c8.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that's in the position here.
So b4, knight a4, c5.
Or queen a5, idea c5.
So even more encouraged to play e4 at those points, to sort of so that the bishop on f2 now extends its control to c5.
Yeah. Okay, so let's say queen a5, for example, e4. Should I take it? I think I want to take it on structural grounds.
Yeah.
And then I sort of need c5 to be working fairly soon.
Otherwise, things can go wrong for black here quite quickly.
If white had an extra move, would it be e5 or something else?
e5 does look tempting. Or I may just play something
like bishop c4.
Bishop c4, or even just something like b3, just to solidify my structure a little bit. I'm not convinced as black you're really threatening anything here.
Okay, well let's pretend.
So let's say rook c8. So if I play knight c5 immediately,
then I will hope to make use of the e5 square at some point, I guess.
Definitely is positionally risky.
We'll try a knight takes.
Yeah.
And then the move I want to make is bishop e6. Bishop e6 is maybe running into a knight d4. But then I have bishop takes c5, I think, just.
And a knight on f6 is defended at the end,
Yeah. So maybe bishop e6. And then if you do nothing, my idea is knight d7.
Knight d7, knight e5, and black should be, at the very least, okay, possibly more than okay.
I'm also thinking of queen takes a2, but didn't want to do it yet.
Yeah. So maybe knight f4 instead.
Maybe. Then I was hoping I could actually take this. And if rook a1, queen b3.
Rook a1, queen b3, knight takes e6 there. I feel like I'm not unhappy here as as white if I'm getting the pawn back on a7 and then the bishop pair long term.
Yeah. Maybe bishop takes a2 then. Maybe that's the way.
And then I guess
b3
looks
critical.
risky, very risky for black. Could just be losing for black.
Yeah, I don't see the tricks fast enough here.
Yeah.
So maybe bishop e6, knight f4 is actually quite annoying.
Black's just not quite in time for the knight e7, knight e5 regrouping.
If I try and do it anyway, it looks a bit positionally suspect.
I think taking bishop c4 looks.
And knight c5.
Even with the pawn deficit, feels very suspect. Even maybe just play this slowly with some sort of king h1.
Feels very positionally off, but maybe I can.
Maybe it's not so bad, but
maybe I can eventually trade all the rooks and then be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, there should be a better move than bishop e6 then. Maybe just bring the rook to the middle.
Not unreasonable.
I think very reasonable. And then, at least at the back of my mind, I have a bishop c8 and bishop a6.
Bishop c4 seems like what white wants to go for here as well.
So still bishop c8.
Yeah. And then I want to play something along the lines of some e5 break, force knight d5, and then maybe some
knight d4.
Knight d4 is what I want to do. I'm not 100% sure if it works or not.
And then I have to sort of just hope bishop takes c5.
Bishop takes c5, knight c6. I thought looked good.
Bishop f2.
Bishop f2, queen f2,
queen
and
f2
things are hanging. Yeah.
That is true. Yeah.
So
could end up being quite sticky for black. Okay, but rook c8 was played anyway.
You have e4,
e4, b4,
and then b4, so it ends up looking quite similar.
a5, and basically what we were discussing, but without the pawn trade.
Without the pawn trade, which I think increases the strength of e5.
It does, doesn't it?
Now there's no d5 square for the black knights. So
now knight c5 wouldn't make as much sense, but e5 is quite inconvenient.
Knight goes to h5.
And here white played knight c5.
And now knight c5. Okay, so strong similarities to what we just looked at, but with a couple extra pawns on the board.
Yeah. I suppose the question is whether c5 is actually being threatened here. And clearly, Ilya thought so. I would still be tempted to play a move like b3.
My guess is here black's idea is putting a knight in on f4.
Oh right. This one.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm not sure it makes a difference, but I think knight h seems more logical.
Okay, so we trade them.
We trade them. Then I claim I gain the bishop pair, and I don't know. I still don't particularly like the black position, but at least maybe it's a little less crowded in the middle of the board.
Yeah, maybe.
But I mean, knight c5 seems logical as well. That
it does, yeah.
In terms of which minor piece does what trade does black go for?
And so one option was knight takes.
I guess the benefit here for white is there's now no knight f4, and the knight on h5 is maybe a little misplaced. I guess you probably reroute it to via g7 to f5 or e6.
I might try and do that immediately just to hit this pawn. Which is quite a good question.
Yeah.
How white defends it.
So let's try
knight c1, knight b3.
Knight c1, knight b3, or maybe I'll just play rook c1 as and when the time comes. I was thinking maybe just f4 here, knight e6, rook c1. I don't know, I could be quite quick with f5.
Is there any traction in me throwing an f5 myself? Or f6, but f5 feels more
f5's
principled.
more, yeah. Feels like if you leave things be and allow knight e6 next move, black's maybe okay.
Yeah, I suppose you could go for something like, you can't play knight d4, can you?
Knight d4, I thought,
Take on c5.
I think that's a free pawn. So I was thinking maybe you take on f6 first and then put something on d4. Possibly a bishop.
No, rook takes e2.
Rook e2, bishop e2, yeah.
Nothing more to see, is there? In that line, bishop f5. No, not really.
And do you have to take d4 here?
I would really rather not if I can help it.
I was thinking, yeah, this bishop takes g6 ideas start to become interesting at the very least.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping I can defend that knight. Bishop g6, h g6, queen g6, bishop f8.
And then maybe some f5, f6. And I don't know, it looks...
Knight's also hanging.
Is the knight hanging? Yeah. I still probably, I think I may still play f5.
I can't. f5 here.
No, as in after bishop g6.
f5 here is also interesting. I think.
Also, yeah.
But if we sack that piece, bishop f8 and f5. So if I take on e2, you want f6 immediately, and that threatens check.
Threatens check and mate to come. Again, very easy to sacrifice someone else's pawns and pieces.
Yeah, this is not going so well, is it? So maybe I do need to take. Maybe you're right.
But then this just feels positionally
very suspicious,
very one-sided.
Only the c5 pawn is a slight problem for white, but even that.
Yeah.
Okay, so in that case, maybe I go to e6 straight away and white rook c1, and this is going to be the next move.
Yeah. And
unless
if you
I
do
go
this,
f5 here.
And now I probably take and go f5, I guess.
I take and go f5. I suppose I take as well.
Yeah, bishop takes.
I just try and grab this pawn. See what happens. I'm going to take on b2. There's a lot of tempting options.
It's, yeah.
Rook a1, knight f4, bishop h7.
If black can get the queens off, it's maybe not so bad. But
yeah. Okay, but black chose to play bishop takes c5, which does seem to be safer.
Yeah.
Because after d takes and knight f4, they're going to be getting rid of this bishop.
Yeah. And this seems to force some sort of opposite color. So we're going to get some kind of opposite color bishop situation.
Yeah.
But the dark square weaknesses on the black king side feel very inviting.
You would still assume white's better, but it could end up in a situation where one or two queenside pawns go missing.
Yes.
Then you never know.
Yeah.
Potentially there's going to be a knight trade.
Mm-hmm.
And then something like rook e1.
Yeah.
But the f pawn is not so quick as it was in the other line.
Yeah.
So there's a chance that black could take on d3.
Yeah.
Queen takes d3 seems forced.
Yeah.
And then
Queen
even
a2.
just grab this.
And I mean, I'm long-term bishop d4 with ideas of at some point e6 feels very unpleasant from black's perspective, but it's possible that you are successfully defending.
Yeah. d4 and slowly putting the queen in as well.
Put the queen on the h6 square. Start pushing. Black probably has to play bishop e6 at that point to stop the advance of the pawn, and then you're looking at just some sort of f4, f5. So maybe it's not even that slow a plan, and white's just getting a massive kingside attack within the next sort of 3 or 4 moves.
Yeah. So we concluding this saying white's slightly better.
I think it definitely looks favourable for white.
Yeah.
But still a lot of play to go.
And knight takes d3, I guess, is more or less forced.
Wait, I guess you don't need to play it immediately, but if you don't, then
doesn't seem to give anything extra. So
just bishop f1,
yeah.
And we're going to get the same sort of ideas as we saw. Keeping the knight on e6 doesn't really seem to be helping black too much. It's yeah. Overall, I think favourable for white here, but
there's no use making a move like d4, is there?
And just hoping that, I guess, after bishop takes d4, we're just putting the knight in on d5 and
I want to play bishop e6.
And put it okay.
So I'm thinking, well, still to take on a2, that's one thing, but then also I'd like to contest the d file.
Yeah.
At least once, and there's a counterplay down there.
Yeah. So I guess the question is which bishop c4 feels logical, I guess. Want to try and contest that bishop.
Yeah, and then, for example, rook d8.
Rook d8.
Somewhere in the position is the idea of b3 as well.
Yeah.
b3 and rook takes d4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's possible black has compensation here.
This might actually be more practical than letting white attack.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt white's probably better in both lines, but at least in this one you have some optimism, and white doesn't just have a clear plan that they're able to follow.
Yeah.
Over 4 or 5 moves.
But
yeah,
white has to just sort of consolidate, don't they? Sort of bishop e6. Sorry.
Yeah.
Bishop e6, maybe bishop back.
Bishop back. Then I was thinking you take on
d6 if you can.
Yeah, then I was thinking maybe you take on d1, grab the a2 pawn, and argue you're not that much worse.
Yeah, which I expect is more or less true.
Mm.
But it would be a difficult practical decision.
I was going to say you have to
d4.
Exactly. Yeah, you've got to be confident that if you stay on equal material, your position is bad or even just losing, and decide that you've got to take action sooner rather than later before things do get worse. Yeah, I mean, it's a very a tricky decision to make.
Okay.
Cool. So
that's the first pass in all the games. I guess we could take a quick look at the reserve board as well.
Yeah, let's have a look to see where that is as well. Which
one of these? the black lion, whatever it
This
was
feels
called
in
back the
your
day.
very much in your wheelhouse.
Yeah. So f4 is ambitious, but then black is also playing ambitiously.
Hmm.
And I seem to recall that d5 is being played next regardless.
Yeah.
I think even if white doesn't play
Hmm.
bishop e3.
This is all actually quite theoretical. The little I know, I think this is more or less the main line.
Yeah. So anyway, d5 is being played, and white can't take this, right?
I think so.
Bishop c5 and queen e7.
Yeah. So e5 is more or less
E5,
forced.
Knight g4. It does look quite pleasant for black.
Mm. Definitely gets quite a nice initiative.
Yeah. Like a French bigger pawn's gone from here to here.
Mm. Which is good news for your bishop, maybe less so for your kingside structural integrity. But
yeah, queen d2, and then bishop takes g1.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose your knight does need to breathe in some way.
Mm-hmm.
Knight on d7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm preferring black here.
Don't mind black's position at all, yeah.
Yeah, white has some dark side control, but it's hard to actually use it, I think.
Mm.
Maybe knight d4 is a move that comes to mind.
Yeah.
h3 also comes to mind, but against h3, I believe black wants this.
This is the idea, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a nice tactical shot.
Forcing rook e1, and then at the very least get rid of the bishop.
Yeah.
Play some bishop f5 and knight e4 type thing.
Yeah. So knight d4 was played.
Knight d4 was played, okay. Knight e6 looks logical.
Yeah.
And I suppose there's no way that black's knight is going to be stopped getting to e3 in the near future, one way or another.
You just, I think as white, you just have to sort of play around it.
Yeah. And try and play something like knight ce2, but then black comes here and here and gets active anyway. So white decided to just trade and allow it, bishop d3. And I guess the argument is knight e3 is at this point quite pointless.
Just rook e1. It might still be black's best option, part just to improve the knight and then get a piece on, play d4, maintain the knight there, and you're also covering the f5 square.
Yeah, I guess usually when black plays d4, and this will be happening, and black has to decide if they're castling and where. I guess my bias as a chess player pushed me towards queenside.
I think queenside feels more natural here. Not overly convinced that it's better, but it's probably more fun to play.
Yeah, kingside, the human mind eye just sees sort of knight g5 and shuts down, but maybe it's okay as well.
Potentially,
queenside, and then my inner 6-year-old wants to just take on d6. Take on d6 and maybe push c5 and get the pawn later.
Well, they say knight on the 6th rank being worth a rook.
Yeah,
doesn't seem that far from the truth here, to be honest.
Yeah, knight e3 is not completely forced, I guess. You could also just do the long castling part of that first.
Yeah.
Unless white wants to push f5.
I was going to say f5 is the concern, right?
Concern. How is this? We do sort of threaten this pawn as well. And if rook de1, we can take it anyway. And if rook ge1, we have knight f2.
Yes. Yeah, the knight on g4, despite looking loose, is tactically very annoying, I think, from black's perspective.
Yeah.
From white's perspective.
You have a queen f4, but then have queen e3 check, and I still win a pawn. I think.
Yeah, so if f5 is not a concern, I guess you just keep flexibility. And
and at some later juncture, we may play d4 and knight e3 as well. I'd say it's probably not far off equal, but I'd rather be black.
I think that's fair.
All right. Would you like to get someone else in?
Yeah, should we? Yep. Right.
Thank you. Do you need any sandwiches?
No, thank you.
Okay, should we start again at board 1?
Sure.
Ooh, right.
So we didn't give this one much attention
Mm.
because we were just on bishop c4 at the time, I think.
We
But
were on move 3.
Black did
Cool.
play e6
Yes.
with the idea of pushing d5. And I thought maybe White's idea was to push e5 themselves, but that turns out not to have happened. So White played d4,
Okay.
which it's their right to do, but it allows Black to push d5 in return.
Which Black
Which Black
didn't
did
do
in
immediately,
a slightly
but-
different way.
Yes.
So if d5 was pushed immediately, I suppose the worry was some form of check. So maybe pawn takes, and then a bishop check. And you worry about just misplacing this pawn forever,
Yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah, hard for Black to take it back.
Bishop d7 could be played. I guess there's queen e2. Queen e2 makes some sense. Forcing queen e7. Even a move like bishop e3 could be quite annoying.
Yeah.
He's played c takes d4 first. And I'm guessing if c takes, then this was the plan. Because there's that bit less central tension, I think Black can get away with it in this situation, even though they're slightly worse developed.
It's quite symmetrical.
It's quite symmetrical, and there's no need to play queen e7. Black could play knight e7 here, I think, and maybe short castle. So after cd4, White went bishop b3.
Interesting, okay. Didn't recapture. So giving up a pawn, right?
So
Because
giving
Black
up
could
pawn,
just keep going.
Black could just keep going.
It's a bit like a Mora.
Yeah. Probably quite a good one, because the e6 and g6 formation doesn't inspire confidence for me.
Yeah.
But the point of bishop b3 was that once this d5 transaction happens, pawn takes, White is not obliged to play pawn takes d4.
Or you could play knight
So
takes.
he went knight takes d4, but maybe it was even possible to delay further in short castle as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Knight takes d4, knight c6 played.
And just a reminder that if White wins this game, White will be making history because Tom already has 4 out of 4 in varsity matches. And if he gets to 5 out of 5, he'll be the first person to have done it.
So from that perspective, here short castling wouldn't really fit the bill because there'd be a very symmetrical
This would be,
structure on the board.
yeah, quite a
very
balanced
symmetrical,
endgame.
and then Black would be casting relatively quickly. And I imagine at some stage these two pawns would be traded as well, and that would not be good for winning chances. So White played bishop e3, which leaves Black with this isolated queen's pawn.
Yeah.
For the
And so
foreseeable.
traditionally with an isolated pawn, then Black's going to try and do an attack and try and go for mate, and White traditionally in isolated queen's pawn would swap off and go for an endgame. But maybe not here, because Tom, he might, he's got all the white pieces are out, aren't they, rather than Black's.
Yeah, I suppose in a vacuum, Tom is not against the idea of trading knights. It was just, if you trade knights and White also gets the isolated queen's pawn, then you've destroyed your advantage a little bit.
Yeah.
But let's say Black's probably not intending on this kind of transaction, but if they were, I don't think Tom would have any problem with there being less pieces on the board.
He's just way better in the endgame.
Yeah. So knight f6 played, and that sets up some ideas of knight g4. Although maybe not immediately. Maybe the immediate knight g4 could be met by some form of stopping castling.
Oh yeah.
Which could be quite tricky.
Oh yeah, because there's also things like rook e1, and this black king is going to look.
There's rook e1, and there isn't even bishop e6 to block it because the knight's hanging.
Yeah,
There's
dangerous.
also bishop a4 attacking this one. All sorts.
Very dangerous.
So short castle seems wise from Black. and then h3 to cut out this knight g4 business. Black went bishop e6. Rook e1. I suppose knight takes e6 immediately was an option as well, but then there's also the reasoning that if black's just put the bishop on e6, the option isn't going to vanish so quickly.
True.
And in fact, on the very next move, white did play knight takes e6. So there'll be some pressure against the e6 pawn. It's no longer a isolated queen's pawn structure, but there is something to play with as the bishop pair, one of which is indirectly pointing at e6. And there's the pressure on this file as well.
So it looks quite nice for white.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
As black, you would love to be able to play knight e4, but unfortunately that just blunders a piece right now.
So knight e4.
Knight e4, rook takes
Take
e4.
it. Oh, and there's the queen. Yeah, you can't take that rook because the queen's undefended on d7. And you can't, you can't really line up a rook. Like say you put a rook on d8 or something because you're still gonna...
Yeah, it's not actually even possible to prepare knight e4. He played a different move and now knight e4 isn't on the cards either. So cautiously, I'd say white's the favorite here. I don't exactly know how white progresses, but it seems...
Because like even if they go to an endgame, then white's got the bishop pair.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, this e-pawn's weak.
Yeah, I think quite a lot needs to go black's way before they become the favorite. You know, if they were able to safely play an e5, e4 and start thinking about knight to d3, then that could be something. But for now, I don't even know if e5 is possible. e5 may run into knight e4 from white.
So knight e4, yeah, and if black plays knight e4, you've still got rook e4.
You still got rook e4, but even more so, you've got this pawn check first.
Queen d5, winning a pawn.
But maybe black just has to play really slowly and prepare it. Maybe king h8 is necessary, and then...
Yeah.
then
Well, king
e5
h8
can be
looks
thought about.
sort of nice, doesn't it? Because you're away from that diagonal from the bishop. Getting a lot of challenges today.
Yeah.
So
one thing I'm thinking from white's perspective is obviously black wants to push e5, e4 if they can.
yeah.
Can we pressurize the d5 pawn to make it, harder to accomplish that? And two things that come to mind are pushing c4 or maybe knight f1.
Yeah.
And knight f1 would mean that if e5, we can take on f6 and then on d5. And maybe that knight will end up being happier on e3. With the downside being, of course, that the knight's gone from d2, so black can now think about knight e4 ideas again. Maybe some sort of queen f7 idea, knight e4.
Yeah. A queen f7 also, yeah, threatening to uncover something on f2.
Yeah.
But what if white put the knight the other way, like to f3?
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah, very sensible as well. I would probably still do something with the queen, because now that the knight's gone from d2, I want to make knight e4
Still
work.
want to do it, yeah, of course.
So maybe queen c7.
Okay.
Yeah, queen c7, my idea is knight e4.
Yeah. And we don't really want to trade off the bishop for that knight because we've already said we want to keep the bishops. Yes, it's hard to stop this knight e4.
It's hard, but the position might have evolved to the point where we do just have to
C4
open
again.
things up for the bishop pair, and
Yeah.
not everything will be perfect, but such is life. And after knight e4, we could play c takes d5, for example.
Looks fun.
Yeah, I do still like white's position, though.
Yeah. Okay.
Shall we move on?
Yes, let's see. So
So we had,
board 2. Ah, yes, Daniel Gallagher, ready hand. Okay.
okay, so we left this when black played h5.
Yeah, this was an exciting opening. Black playing the kingside pawns really, really early. And we're thinking, what's like black can get this advantage, but what space advantage? But it could become weak behind. And you were talking about leaving the bishop there, not playing h4 here, bringing out, I think you're talking about bringing out bishop d3.
Yeah, I was talking about either long castling or
Long castling, yes.
or bishop b5 as possibilities for white.
Yeah.
And he's chosen to go bishop d3.
He did bishop d3, yes.
So that's still allowing black to play h4, but I suppose in the same vein, white will respond with bishop e5 and say there's no problem there.
Indeed.
Black played queen e7, which covers the e5 square, meaning that, well, at first inspection, h4 looks like a threat now.
Yeah,
H4,
because bishop e5.
And then black can take it twice. But it's not that simple, is it?
Well, like you might follow up with knight f3 after.
Well, there's a queen a4 check.
Ah, yes.
So that's been white's justification in playing long castling, I think. Point being h4, white can still play bishop e5. And if takes, queen e5, black loses the bishop.
Ouch. Oh, so black went and played h4 anyway.
Yeah, so black played h4 anyway, bishop e5. I'm guessing when black played h5, they may not have appreciated that there were these queen a4 check ideas in the position so much. Anyway, bishop e6 happened now, which is a response, I think, to white's threat of bishop takes f6 and knight takes d5.
Yeah, just defending that pawn.
And then white went bishop b5. So that's lining up different ideas against the c6 knight. Maybe there's some sort of strange threat like knight e4.
Oh, knight e4. So if the pawn takes, you're going to go in d5, are you?
Well, if I got an extra move to play knight e4, then I'd be taking on c6.
Yeah.
Because a queen capture there would be winning the rook.
Yeah, and you can see, like, because this black king just stuck in the center, really. It's like making all these tactics possible.
Yeah. So black does have to leave the center quite quickly, I think. If they play a slack move like h6, they will just be running into some trick like that.
Yeah.
And that could be game over. So short castle was played, which seems like the most logical way of doing it.
Okay, so short castle, all right. But what do you think, Daniel? Is that king now in danger? I mean, because like it's not that unusual nowadays to move pawns in front of your king. Like I was looking at a whole load of Gukesh games, and he always moves the pawns in front of his king. He very often leaves this space in front of the king, and says he's got the extra space, and white can't get in. But here, maybe white can get in. It's one of these judgment calls, isn't it?
Yeah, for some reason, bishop e6 doesn't seem to have been the most accurate move. Now I don't hate black's position anymore.
Yeah. Were you hating it before?
I was hating it before. I thought maybe bishop b5 was moving the second piece.
Moving it twice.
The second time.
Yeah.
Didn't need to be done. I'd have maybe
Right.
rather played some nice f3
Just
or
develop.
something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because then that attacks the pawn on g5.
And then black looks a bit stretched, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe bishop.
Maybe bishop b5 is a bit
B5.
inaccurate. Or maybe he just forgot about short castle.
He maybe thought black wouldn't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe he wanted black to short castle. Because then he thought he'd get some attack going.
Well, I guess now what black's done is they've unpinned this knight, haven't they? So there's a possibility of playing something like knight d7 and then f6 as a threat, trapping the bishop.
Ooh.
So let's say if white plays a natural knight f3, for example.
Yeah.
That could be the idea. Knight d7.
Yeah.
or knight somewhere else, but d7 looks the most natural to me at this moment.
And you'd have to do something like h3 that's way too slow to avoid just losing the bishop. Oh, no, you can take on c7.
You can take on c7, that's true.
Yeah.
Then d7 is maybe not the best place to go. But even so.
Oh,
You-
yeah.
you could
It
turn
could be
it-
dangerous, right?
you could
Because
turn it
look
into
at that c
Pakistan.
file. Yeah, you could pretend it's deliberate. For sure.
And the bishop is actually still trapped, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bishop back to e5, and then I play f6.
Still f6. Okay. And doesn't even help. Yeah, that one looks bad for white. So not knight f3 then?
No. He played bishop back to d3,
Did he?
which is a sign that he
That's the
maybe
third time.
a sign that
moving the
maybe he
bishop.
didn't like bishop b5.
Mm.
It's also, of course, very good prophylaxis against black moving this knight, which is what I said black wanted to do, because now knight d7 runs into bishop h7 checkmate and an early shower.
That would be funny for white, black, not so funny for black. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. So that's a trap.
But I guess black will probably take the bishop now.
Yeah.
Because you can take it reasonably safely, I would say, and then you do something like knight d7. Although knight g4 is also a move. Knight d7 feels logical.
Yeah. So,
Still
what about
worrying,
f4?
isn't
Yeah.
it? Still a bit worrying.
I'd quite like this for whites, I think.
I want to play knight c5.
Okay.
Which at least, it stops f5 from winning a piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming to regret these pawns in front of my king, though. Maybe knight takes e5 is a bit too optimistic.
Okay. Maybe you want to move the other knight.
How is bishop takes c3, actually?
Okay, bishop takes c3.
Because if queen takes c3, then I will have potentially knight b4, right?
You have to go bishop b1.
And then I have a knight e4, maybe.
Ooh. Those knights are suddenly getting in there. Yeah. Well, you... Because you can't take on e4 at all, because just knight a2 winning the queen.
The only thing I'm worried about is whether white can take on f6 here. But I was hoping that this check solved that issue.
And so who's ahead in this? Oh, because so who's taken what? Go on. We have to do some more moves here. King moves.
So king b1 is not possible.
Yeah.
King c2 feels
so it's not
more
check.
natural. Queen takes f6, and then you do something that traps the knight.
Right. Oh, but there's queen f2.
Yeah, and then I could potentially try and collect.
Many pawns.
But I can actually only collect one, right? Because I run into bishop h7 check. Ouch.
Ooh.
So I might need to play move like c5 here.
c5 threatening to
threatening nothing, but just opening the c file.
Yeah. So
And
white
then
takes that, yeah.
Yeah, takes the knight.
But then we can get some pawns.
Then we can take both these pawns, and it's a mess. White's king safety is not the greatest.
Yeah, because this c-file will open. Can't really stop it. So white's got the extra piece, but there's chaos.
Yeah, I think black's enjoying themselves more here. Because I'm thinking maybe instead of taking with the queen, there's taking with the pawn.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
then there will be some counterplay at some stage based on queen a3 check, won't there?
Queen a3 check. So you go king b1. And then perhaps, yeah, what this knight comes into.
Or even something like what we were discussing before
Hmm.
with the whole f4 business for white. Let's say maybe check first. Knight comes into d7. White plays f4. But black is also getting some counter chances.
Oh, yeah. You could also, like, got a plan with bishop d7 and come around. as
Yeah,
well.
got bishop d7 as well. Suddenly it's not so comfortable for white, I think.
Yeah, it feels like black's got the quicker plans here. Because white still hasn't got this knight out yet.
Yeah, and they might never do it at this point. I guess knight f3 here is not going to be wrong, is it?
Yeah, try that.
But as you were saying, something like bishop d7 may be quite tricky to meet.
Yeah. Maybe white would try swap. Like queen b2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, queen b2. Yeah, I thought I still got a pin, but I didn't really. But maybe queen a5 threatens knight a4.
Yeah.
I guess you can go bishop c2,
Bishop
which is
c2.
quite solid. Yeah, both kings are quite open though.
It's a funny position. Because also, like, if white had any time, they could just like take on g5 with the knight, and suddenly it's all like just they've got extra for the end game. But black will just come in and attack.
Yeah, black's got the tricks as well. They've got knight a4. They've got also knight takes d3 threatening. Well,
Ooh.
the bishop f5 follow up as well.
Yeah.
So I guess out of the moves I've thought of so far, bishop takes c3 might give black the best counter chances.
So do you quite like it for black now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I did qualitatively, but then I didn't have a move, and now I do have a move.
Yes.
Which is bishop takes c3.
Yeah. Okay, so bishop takes c3, and bc was kind of the better one.
Seemed like it.
Yeah.
I think humanly you want to avoid playing b takes if you can, but this knight b4 does feel rather annoying.
So what if, like, can you go king b1?
King b1.
Oh, but then you've still got the same. Oh, knight
Knight
takes
takes
d3. You
d3.
can't take with the rook, but you can take with the queen.
I can take with the queen. I go knight e4,
Threatening
threatening
knight
this and that,
Big fork on.
and maybe this as well.
Okay. That's a lot of threads. Okay. You need this knight out. The white knight. Wait, do we have any shot? We didn't have any time to do anything, I don't think, as white. Yeah, this looks scary. So is this forced?
I think this might be forced if queen takes c3.
Yeah.
So I think both sides might have to make a courageous decision here.
Okay.
With black, you need to recognize that this knight is not playing enough and how to try and bring it in and take on c3. And maybe white needs to be equally brave and take back with the pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, shall we move on?
Yep.
This was board 3, wasn't it? The Singapore Derby.
Yeah, this was the one where black was playing quite quickly and seemed to know. They'd done an interesting this
Yeah,
here, pawn sack, interesting pawn sack on
Yeah.
e6, and we were wondering, does white have to take it, or can white didn't take it in the end, it looks like.
White didn't take it. I think it probably was objectively best to take it. it looks like to me. But then you have to be quite confident playing without casting rights. The knight will sort of spring into d3 and give check, and you have to deal with that. But he played knight g2.
Yeah, and then the knight comes into e5.
Knight comes in anyway, b3, and the bishop is basically a big pawn, isn't it?
Mm.
The bishop is part of this whole pawn chain. Doesn't really do much beyond that. And black chose to liquidate with e takes d5. You know, maybe there was an argument for making a move like bishop b7.
Can the pawn be taken now on e6? Still got this check.
There's still a check, which we can do immediately, or maybe we can defer it somehow.
I guess black's not castling either at the moment with that bishop there.
I'm curious how mental we can be. So knight d3 check, king f1, and then
Knight e4,
the
yeah.
first move that I see is knight takes e4, but maybe that's just because I play too much bullet
So knight e4, let's say they take.
with the knight.
With the knight, let's say with the knight.
Bishop takes e4.
And we better see what happens if they take again.
And take again. Well, if they do it immediately, I can even flick in this, can't I? I can do a
Queen of 6,
queen
isn't
f6
there?
check, bishop
Yeah.
f5, and then you're kind of overloaded. Although that may not be the end of the line. I can play rook a2.
Wow. Yeah, okay, rook a2.
I was also thinking more conservatively. I could make a move g6.
And that white king's a bit stuck. But okay, say they take on white takes on b4.
Yeah, knight takes.
Knight takes. And yeah. Hello, John.
And do you need to play a sort of knight g3 or something?
Looks like it. But the bishop's gone then.
Bishop's gone anyway.
Yeah.
To the extent that I don't need to take it immediately. Maybe a
Just
short
calm
castle or
the
something.
calm castles.
Well, lots of calm moves. I could consider h5, h4 as well, potentially.
Yeah.
It feels more fun to be black, doesn't it? Yeah.
It really does.
This king on f1 is not having a good day. And queen's
Let's
turned
move
down
on
to the rook.
to, yeah, that's feel more fun, doesn't it? So what's the actual score?
The score?
No,
Oh,
the score on this board is 5 plays, so it's a whole piece at the moment.
But black's going to get a piece back.
Yeah, obviously, yes, but obviously that's going to get a guy back. So
Yeah, you've got h5, you've got knight c2, you've got short castle, you've got all sorts.
yeah,
Knight c2 immediately doesn't quite do the business, I think.
but you can probably take it, can't you?
Yeah, you could take
king e2 and
Yeah.
put your pieces somewhere and hope you're okay. Which you might be actually, because you can put the bishop on about f3 or somewhere and roll.
Yeah. But like
But the
a
calm
slow-
castle, I like that because then, you just kind of
Yeah.
sorted that out and then.
So has that been played, Castles?
No, this was me recommending bishop b7 or thinking about bishop b7 instead of the
Right.
game move, which was e takes d5.
Right.
E takes d5 looks much calmer.
It's very slightly wimbly compared to the other line.
Yeah, and I suppose white could equally just take that with the pawn.
So what, this is some sort of nimzo, is it? Or
Yes.
yeah, just some people.
And I suppose white maybe should take it with the pawn, because the way they've done it, they end up being checked on d3 anyway and not having an extra pawn to show for it.
Yeah.
He played knight takes d5. Knight takes, bishop takes.
You could take
d3
with the
check.
pawn there as well, couldn't you?
You could, but by this point you've set up the queen h4 trick, right?
Right.
They've got knight takes c4, b takes c4, and queen
Yeah.
h4.
Yeah.
And you're
Very
happy?
good. Black's happy here.
Very. I mean, like this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plays, yeah. It's one of large pawns for nothing. Essentially.
Yeah, so I think
You can't
once,
even castle off queen c4, can you? Or not immediately. So,
not so easily, no. So I think once white played knight takes d5, they'd given up this
Pretty much, yeah.
castling rights, hadn't they?
yeah.
Knight d3 check, king f1.
So this
And
is
rook b8
happening.
just defending. Yeah. Taking the rook off,
Rook
please.
b8 just defending. I mean, there could be another move here. There could be some
Or like queen h4.
queen h4 or queen f6 to be played. Not sure how much it does though.
So if queen f6.
Queen f6 is maybe too optimistic because it was
Could
based
just-
on the idea
yeah.
that I could take on b2. But you can flick in a bishop takes b4 first, which may spoil things.
Yeah, okay.
Although I do still want to make another move. But okay, rook b8 can never be wrong.
Yeah, in a team game, you don't want to you don't want
look for
to
the
give your rook
predicted
away
pass.
for
Yeah.
nothing, do you? unless you really know.
Well, you could make a attempted brilliant move, but then if you lose after it, you feel a bit silly, don't you?
You might.
You
You
could
might.
spend some time looking for a bishop h3, queen h4 solution, and then lose the game. Rook b8 played.
Whoever it is, Tal.
Sorry?
The queen h4 takes h3, whoever it is, Tal.
Yeah.
I said bishop c6, and now both sides aren't castling.
Well, bishop
Yeah, why
d7
did you go
was
bishop
legal, wasn't
d7?
it?
Yeah, that's kind of a normal move, isn't it?
Well, I guess he thought his light square bishop was that much better than white's that he didn't need to.
What if they? Okay.
I don't think there's anything specifically
Nothing like
wrong
take
with
on
bishop d7.
b4.
There is take on b4, but I guess I can even pick
Just
which
take
bishop
on-
I take
yeah,
back
you
first. Let's just say I take this one,
And then take on d6.
but I hit c6 twice is the
Oh,
problem.
that is a problem.
So what did he hit?
Yes. So that doesn't help.
Yeah, I imagine black's probably better after bishop d7 as well.
Yeah, but black wanted to keep this bishop
So
on.
play king f8, presumably. Though.
Yeah, king f8. Well, I guess the argument is the bishop will be quite useful on e6.
Yeah.
Or on a6 for that matter. Bishop e3, knight e5, forcing white's bishop back. And here I would be quite tempted by the move a5.
To allow bishop, looking for bishop a6
Looking
at
for
some
bishop
point.
a6, I think, given that a few moves ago we've made the choice not to trade light square bishops, it would be quite nice to have this one on a square that feels like it's doing something a bit more.
Yeah.
And then after bishop a6, we can also maybe consider.
C4. Yeah. Still looks quite nice for black.
It does look good. I'm not sure if it's as good as bishop d7 would have been,
Right.
but
Presumably we can't go
Still
knight
something.
f3 in that position.
knight f3.
I doubt it. No, I mean actually you got f2 to be king as well.
Yeah, I've
haven't
got
you?
king f2 and knight g3 block, haven't I?
Yeah, I was trying to play queen f6 thing to threaten. I'm not threatening bishop's trying. I'm not even in the position. No, I don't.
Well, queen f6 is played presumably with the intention of knight
Well,
takes
that must
f3.
threaten knight f3 in the strongest possible terms.
So this was played.
This was played,
Yeah.
and white can't defend it with the king because of knight g4 check. That would be curtains.
Going over.
And so white needs to move their e2 knight in some way, knight f4 or knight g3.
Or knight g1.
Or knight
Which is
g1, indeed.
What you play, probably. I think.
What I do. Knight G1.
So I have to
Just
take
different-
that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's an insult.
No, it's just an observation.
It may be a correct observation, actually.
It might be the best move because it stops.
No, I can see it.
Yeah, I don't know.
With
if
the
it's a
idea
good move
G3,
at
King
all.
G2.
Maybe Knight G4 is a good. Probably Knight G4 is a good move. I'm just observing it's legal because I should thoroughly observe.
And because if black does this logical thing with bishop A6, then we can just hide the king, can't we?
Maybe just about.
Yeah.
Yes. But I think Knight G4 is a good move.
Knight G4 is a very good move.
Instead
May
of,
just trap the bishop.
yeah.
You haven't got any squares, have you? Because you can't go back to C1. You can't go to D2 because both of those have Queen A1 things coming
So
in
you have
the
to
end.
give up the dark squares, which is a bit
Yeah.
sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, so knight F4 played.
Right. Well, at least that stops some knight G4. Are you tempted by like something crazy like G5? They can just go knight H5, can they? And you?
I'm not sure how much of a just tie is. Knight H5. I guess we can keep harassing this knight, can't we? We can
Yeah.
play a queen G6. And if knight G3, we could consider that. We can consider this one.
Yeah.
Certainly consider H5, couldn't we?
Yeah, H5 looks very logical. And if
Doing
this,
quite nasty
if
things
this
to
gets
white
to
squares.
H3,
I can do red squares. Look, if you go.
So you're
right
in
click.
chess.com, are you? If you can do
This is
chess.
chess.com.
If
You can
do
get red
if you
squares.
do red
Yeah.
squares.
Yeah.
So,
This does look really dangerous, doesn't it?
it does.
maybe I need to make the move bishop C4.
Okay.
Not very good. What are you going
What's
to
your
do?
plan? You're trying to take on no D queen.
I'm trying to meet H4 with knight F5.
Right.
I see.
And so H4 knight F5 takes.
It may still be very good for black,
Yeah.
that whole
You've
transaction.
probably taken C4 now, do you, or not? Do you want to, or not? Maybe you don't even need to. I don't know. It just feels. I prefer not to have a bishop flying around. But it's taken C4 and taken F5 twice, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't think you can play an intermediate move.
Well, maybe you can play bishop C3 to E5. And
No, I was thinking
try and
white
take-
could play an intermediate move. I
No.
just take twice. And check by King G7. Isn't my king perfectly? Oh, is there queen? No, there's no.
There's nothing special. It's that black is just in control.
Well, I mean, you're threatening to put a rook and D8 in the game, aren't you?
Could well just be winning, yeah.
So you better go rook
you
to
try
E1,
queen
right?
D5 here, don't you?
Yeah.
You have to annoy white.
Yeah.
Clearly, you must play queen D5.
Okay.
But then queen F6, then you have the irritating
Queen takes
queen
G5.
check, yeah. So would you have to take and just mop up the D5 pawn? That's not so clear, is it?
I'm not sure how easy that is to mop up even.
No, nor am I.
So threaten the pawn and I've got king F2, rook D1
Yeah.
coming.
No, so this has become unclear again. So that wasn't the best I could do, was it?
So I was thinking maybe bishop C3 here.
Mm-hmm.
And then-
That's what I said.
When white moves the rook,
B1,
which I assume is going there. Do you want B1, sorry?
maybe.
Yeah, maybe B1. B1 because the queen protects F5, doesn't it?
I can't play bishop G5 after bishop C3, can I? I don't suppose. I guess that bishop F5 is just going to work. Yeah.
Bishop G5.
Well, and you can't take it the queen. That was all I was hoping, but I'm not sure that even that's true. But you just play bishop F5 and the game implodes.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Yeah, maybe rook B1. Yeah, it's not that straightforward, is it?
No. Aha. Here's someone to sub in.
So maybe G5 is a bit too optimistic. Or maybe there was a better
Maybe,
answer
yeah,
after bishop C4.
Okay.
I guess if black leads with H5, then then white's playing h4 anyway to cement that knight.
Yeah.
But it feels like with about 3 good moves, you could annihilate the guy, really, doesn't it?
If you find the right ones.
Yeah, it may be. How do we feel about bishop c3 to d4? Is that a good idea at all?
Let's have a look.
Just to try to destabilize that horse.
So I guess here rook c1, bishop d4.
Yeah, I was going to try this. I don't know. I thought we might sort of team up to play knight f3 at some moment when the queen defended the knight or something. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I guess I can defend that with the queen, right? In some way. Queen d2 feels normal.
Well, I was going to try to play knight f3 and g5 or something.
Oh, so knight f3 right now.
Possibly g5 right now. I don't know. I mean, don't know which. I mean, knight f3 and g5 is probably a bit generous, but it's not. You're certainly going to have to, presumably.
I think I will manage after that.
You think you'll play something like bishop takes bishop and rook takes bishop and with the horse somewhere?
Well, if you did that, I was hoping to take on d4.
Yeah, I was going to
C
say
takes and then some. Well, I think even knight d3 is okay, right?
Or check.
Knight f2.
Yeah, I've got bishop
Bishop
h3
check
I
and
wanted,
king e1.
haven't I? Have I not got a good move here? Maybe I haven't. And maybe I've run out of boys and girls a bit too early. Yeah, no, I think I've run out of boys, indeed.
But maybe leading with g5.
Yeah, g5.
G5, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi.
And then it feels normal to trade the bishops anyway.
Probably, yes. Play.
And knight d3 anyway.
Yeah.
G4 ideas.
Yeah, you do have knight g4, don't you?
Well, it's going to land somewhere quite juicy, isn't it? You just sort of feel that something is going to cause a major incident, but I don't know, the knight e3 is at the end of the world, is it? It doesn't immediately win. You know, it looks very pretty. It's a bit.
So knight g4 here.
I suppose move like knight f2 is maybe not silly.
I mean, maybe we just go check and take that silly bishop and then get our bishop out or something.
Well, I was thinking that, but then maybe I can jump forwards again.
What, the knight to c2, yeah. I go bishop f5 then, don't I? I mean, then that's probably something better, isn't it?
I don't feel dramatically worse in that position. Bishop
No.
f5,
I don't think.
maybe b4.
So it's a funny position, isn't it? Because like at the start it feels good for black, but then each time we play it, white's kind of holding on.
White's got
So what's
some
happened? Is
resources.
this the actual position?
So,
So
oh, black has played your
has
move,
been played.
Daniel,
A5.
A5, with the idea of opening up this A6 diagonal.
Well, it does feel like the best place for the bishop. I had one last thought, which is how silly is knight g4 here?
And knight g4 here. Well, it's got a big threat. Okay, so what if white would take it, perhaps?
I assume you need to take it.
Yeah.
And then I played g5.
G3 here.
Maybe some rook a2 to
Or
f2.
maybe g3 and just pretend you're okay. I tell you, of course, there is bishop g4 happening as well, isn't it? Maybe it's
Yeah.
it's quite a lot
Maybe
of
some
bloodshed.
h5 is also in the cards. h5 and bishop h3 check.
I think a5 isn't bad. I mean, I'm trying to set up queen f4 and bishop the diagonal, but I don't really see how. Kings and g1. It'll take a little bit of setting up.
Knight g4 is maybe a candidate, but not an easy one to play.
It's not a move you play, is it? I mean, in a match like this, it could be the wrong move. A5's a nice move, isn't it? Just getting
Yeah,
the advantage.
a5 is a nice harmonious move. How is white actually becoming organized themselves? Well, they can't move the g pawn, can they? g5.
What about the H pawn?
Maybe
Maybe
h3
H.
actually as well, to so that you can control G4. That's not very happy, is it? Okay, so maybe H4, that's the move that pretends you're okay, doesn't it? And it also covers H3, which is nice.
And then maybe after the king comes forward, we can consider a bit of a pawn storm. As
Yeah.
they say on a good day.
I think white needs to get a pawn storm now.
I think you need a very good day with an absolutely gale force wind.
So, yeah,
So
there's a
pretty
comment
good.
from John Spillman in the audience. White needs a good day and a gale force wind.
To start attacking.
Yeah, I guess if nothing else, you can play your bishop c3 to d4 in a better version here, can't you?
Well, you probably go bishop a6 first, do you, or not? Or do you just do it once? And just play bishop around to d4, yeah, and just say, well, defending the knight is not going to be much fun. I mean, black is sort of slightly suffering now for not having castle, isn't it? Very slightly.
Hmm.
Whereas white's starting to have a ridiculous draw with knight h5 to f4 sometimes.
A draw here.
Well, I mean, if you went knight h5, queen g6, knight f4,
Repeating.
could you try to repeat?
Well, on the grounds that both sides stand badly.
Well, they certainly do, don't they? Yes.
Grandmaster Akin, both sides stand badly.
Well, they do, don't they? Well, no, particularly white, I think.
What on earth was the opening?
It's a bishop. It's a.
It's a clever
it's
pawn
F3
sack.
limbs,
It was
bishop
nice.
came out, F3, C5, D5.
The F3 limbs up. If that does lead to silly positions.
Well, but you got the bishop on B4, haven't you, at Benoni?
Yeah, bishop a6 here and then bishop c3 does feel maybe a bit unpleasant.
Feels like a reasonable, but it's a shame you let him connect his rooks are a bit sad about that.
Yeah.
They're not connecting his pieces really.
Don't know how to arrange that though, right? Because like you're not really going to want to go king e7 and g6 king g7 takes.
No, I meant white's
Long
taking
time.
it has connected the rooks, so
Yeah.
so the queen now isn't confined to the back rank. Which is mildly irritating, perhaps.
Yeah, I suppose another thing that's in the position is I could try and play h6 anyway. h6 and g5.
And then g5.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And if you play
play
h5, I just
yeah.
go g5 anyway.
Well, maybe you like that. I mean, bishop c3 not a good move then? Don't people like it?
Immediately or after the check?
I don't know which. Well, probably immediately first, because we can get
Okay.
bishop a6 next to it, can't we?
Oh, okay, bishop c3 then. Okay, rook
So,
c1.
Yeah, and then now check.
Now check.
Now check, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, king f2.
Bishop d4. Bishop, I may just go queen takes knight actually. I think that's quite nice because then b3 is really juicy. Oh, so another bishop to d5. Sorry, I'm sort of half.
It
Yeah.
surprises me because normally you'd like to take the knight when the bishop's defending it.
Yeah, no, I just didn't see the bishop in
I'm
d5.
referring to John's famous queen sacrifices for almost nothing.
Yeah, no, I usually get two pieces.
Yeah, two pieces. Yeah.
2 pieces for a queen. That's
I always
fair.
consider so pawn takes then, yeah. Now, what do we do now? G3.
I guess I need to make a move like queen d2.
D2. And the bishop's really good in d5, isn't it? So it's not a third position. This doesn't look clear to me, actually.
Doesn't look good for black.
Actually, we can go queen f4, but it's not particularly good, I think.
That look good. That looks good for white.
It's good for white to me, yeah. I mean, black's suffering now for having not been castle, isn't he? If black had a couple more tempi, black.
In fact, who's playing this game? I don't know.
Yeah, this game is it's board number 3. So Oxford is Ashwin Sivakumar and Cambridge is Cameron Go. So Oxford's playing
Oxford are
white.
in this.
Oxford playing white in this one.
Should we look at something else as well?
Of course. We can look
I
at a
want to
different
catch
one.
up with what's been going on.
Okay, so the last move we had here was a5 and
Oh, a5 and he's gone king
White's gone
g1.
king g1.
Yeah.
So preempting bishop a6 in some way. It was
Yes.
maybe over the top prophylactic there.
Yeah, because black doesn't have to now go bishop a6 if he doesn't want. He can leave.
Black could maybe do a better version of what we were discussing before with the G5.
Ooh, exciting. Yeah.
G5 break.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'd say black's still slight favourite here. And maybe move on to the next game.
Okay, so the next one is Aaron Saunders against Remy Rushbrook. This is board 4, and Cambridge is playing white.
Yeah, so we...
Oh,
left-
this has gone into a rook and pawn ending. Things have developed a lot since we saw it.
We left this one with white taking on d5, and I thought maybe it wasn't strictly necessary to take yet. Maybe some knight c3, d3, and preparing e4 first. White's chosen here to take and then do the preparation for e4. Black's played d4, which is quite committal, but probably good.
Slightly odd, isn't it? Maybe.
At least reasonable. Another move, I guess, is rook e8 comes to mind, making it difficult for white to castle. Difficult to
Threatening
push
bishop
e4,
d3, yeah.
threatening bishop d3.
That being a complete nuisance. That's good move, isn't it? Because the threat of
Can
bishop
go bishop
d3 is
e3.
really annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, you could go bishop e3. Maybe I
Or can't I
can.
still go knight g4 then maybe and take d3? Maybe that's not so wonderful.
Maybe I can take on d3 now.
That's all right, isn't it? Yeah. Presumably.
Who would just take d4?
Presumably black's d4. You play king d2, don't you? Because you've got 2.
Yeah, there's no particularly clever move for black either, so I might just have to take the bishop.
Okay, continues. It's all right, all right, actually.
Yeah, you got some sort of counterplay on the f file, I suppose.
Well, but I mean, there's not a weakness. There's only e3 isn't really a weakness here, is it? It's much. I mean, there's also with knight g4 there is bishop h3 if you want to neutralise that. So you gain a bit of time.
So maybe knight g4 instead of...
Taking on d3.
yeah.
Maybe, yes.
Possible.
That does seem sensible.
It'd be nice if I can get one's pieces the other way around, but maybe impossible. I mean, if you play bishop, so that's bishop c5, then e4, and once maybe, of course, king's and d7. That's where, isn't it? There is bishop b4 as well, but it's odd, isn't it?
Instead of knight g4.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, instead of rook e8, I mean, you can't stop e4 from the, it's a bit odd. Unless you've got some specific idea. I suppose, or maybe bishop b4 actually, just about possible. I mean, I'm just trying to stop them from doing their stuff. And if castles, then I go rook e8, and maybe that's not so terrible. Because if a3, bishop a5, b4, bishop b6, I've got e4, bishop d4, maybe on a good day.
Mhm.
Maybe I have. Don't like king and d7 once the position opens. So maybe d4 is a sensible move. I've got rook e8,
Yeah.
bishop b3. You just need one more good move, don't we, really?
Yeah, it feels like one of those positions where black is more pleasant anyway, more pleasant to play,
Yeah.
just because the g2 bishop is quite shut down. But whether you concretely do it with rook e8 or
I
something
mean, rook
else.
e8, bishop e3. I'm thinking about h5 as well. Go g6 and bishop h6 or something. That can't be really much else. I want to find something clever to do. Which is, it's unnecessary being clever here, isn't it? As you say, bishop d3 is probably about equal. Knight g4 and bishop d3 can't be that bad, I think.
Yeah, it looks quite good. Oh, but he didn't play it.
He didn't play. He went d4. So let's
Perfectly reasonable.
jump back to reality.
Yeah. But he might play 98, 94 or not.
94. And some mass traits.
Yeah. So we've just got rooks, 1 bishop each, and that advanced pawn on d4.
Yeah, so white played e3, which makes the position, I guess, more drawish.
Yeah, I was thinking rook hc1. But
Yeah, you could try and surround this d pawn, couldn't you?
Well, like king
I'm not sure exactly how.
d. Yeah.
It's something like
You need a b4 to
you
stop
need
it being
You
defended.
need a b4, you need a king
c2,
c2, rook d1. Yeah,
Okay, so he went e3, which is not ridiculous.
rook hc1 feels reasonable as well.
Yeah,
Try b6 then.
yeah. Maybe. Can I go e5 then? Yeah, no, it's not really.
So okay, Dan, you're going into an end game like this. Then what do
But
you?
you
What do you
get
feel
a
like?
good square,
So-
aren't you?
Is this just drawish, or are you?
Well, it's nice to have a king and e3, isn't it? I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, it
it's
looks
nice
quite,
to have the queen sub pawn majority, nice to have a king and e3. So who
looks quite
knows?
balanced to me, but I'd probably slightly rather be black. Very
Are
slightly.
you rather black? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not sure. What did you play? King c7 or something? Or king e7?
king e7. For some reason, king c7 looks more in the spirit of things. At the
Well,
moment.
you play rook c1 and maybe try to play b4 on the side, but you can't really attack, can you?
Yeah.
I mean, are we going to play f4 as white and just hold it and say there's nothing very much you can do? You can try to attack e4. It'll be a huge undertaking.
Well, one plan that occurs to me is maybe some sort of swing to b6 if I can.
For the king.
No, with the,
Oh, with the rook, right.
maybe I'll do it first and see if you care enough to give me a check on d1.
Well, I might care enough. I mean, I can put a rook in d2, can't I, to defend b2? And I suppose a2 is slightly loose. I could play f4. What are you going to do? You're going to let me? You're going to play f6 probably, aren't you? Just say, all right.
Yeah, I might need to play f6 to stay on that diagonal.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
I feel I'm slightly inconveniencing your a1 rook.
I can't play bishop f1 if I'm terrified of you. A terrifying plan, but or rook checks and bishop f1.
Bishop f1, I would check.
Is there a more
Bishop
interesting
f1.
position we could look at,
You want to look at a different one?
rather than this boring?
Ray, you're cantering through. Okay, we can. But actually, it's still we don't have all the moves yet on this. There's still more moves on this one.
More exciting developments? Eh?
More exciting developments. Yeah,
Maybe.
maybe we'll see.
Can't wait. Is there something else more interesting? What
Hmm.
about
Well, they've got a rook ending on this. haven't
Yeah,
They
they've got
have.
two rook endings, so we'll get there first.
Let's see what they got to.
King e7, a4, a5, okay. So bishop
You really want
f1.
the
Maybe he
bishops
was
on.
terrified of rook a6, John.
But he also wants to play bishop c4, doesn't he? To get, he wants the bishops up here, doesn't he?
to make the position even more drawn than it really is already? Yes.
No, it's just because the black bishop is better than white's, isn't it? So you might as well. Yeah, it's not unreasonable.
As I said, to make the position even more drawn than it is.
Is it? I suppose it is.
It's
So-
very drawn.
So you-
Okay, so who in the audience likes rook and pawn endings?
Yes, let's see the rook and pawn ending.
Yeah, you see, we've got
Flash forward.
some rook and pawn ending fans in the audience.
Yeah, so I'm guessing if black traded and went for my rook a6, the idea might have been to play b4 here. Because if not, the pawn turns into a target quite quickly, doesn't it?
It was backward.
Yeah. Yeah, whereas with b4, I don't see white getting into too much trouble. Although I could still try and take and play b5.
And how do you feel about rook e6 after b4 at once? Rook e6. that position.
Can't you take it on a?
Well, I'm going to go rook b3 check and pretend I'm doing something evil.
Yeah, it does look interesting, doesn't it? So doubled rooks on the second, but I guess I will defend it with rook f1.
Yeah. Are you going to go that way? If you went to f4, I was going to play h5, and I was going to mate you.
Yeah, I wasn't planning to risk being mated like that.
Feels like a mate.
Okay, we'll check again, won't we? I mean,
Yeah, king
my
e2,
rook's got
check
my
again.
happy bunnies.
And then
You're going to f3.
maybe
Well,
check.
yeah, check it now. Back. Well, there's the move h6, which is annoying. So we double rooks first.
Yeah.
And then we play king b6 to defend our pawn.
We do have winning chances, don't we, as black here?
I think we're quite happy. I mean, I think, you know, the fact we're a pawn down is not a big deal.
Hmm.
Actually, no, I can't. Yeah, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with this. As white, I'm starting to think about playing e5, so I activated my pieces, which means I'm getting nervous, doesn't it?
All right. I think the crowd wants to move games.
They will want to, of course.
Okay, so position as we currently have it is with black doubling rooks in the d file. And black's just played king d7.
But black has slightly messed up the queen side.
Black has slightly messed up the queen side, haven't they? I wouldn't be surprised if white starts to press this one.
Or do you think white's better now?
Potentially.
Well, whose move is it?
White.
White.
Or
White's
would they
move.
just play rook d3?
You do, don't you? You play rook d3, and I
You
guess
certainly play rook d3.
I guess black will play king c6.
And then you take and you play.
You take and you question internally whether rook d3 is correct.
Plus over line, probably, depending on whether you can take and play b5 or not. Depends how the ending is. I mean, I'm presumably the e pawn is. Well, we take, don't we?
Well, we don't necessarily need to take, do
Well,
we?
we do take play e5, don't we? Because then there is going to
Oh,
be.
yeah.
Is that just crushing?
Well, because we're going to win the a pawn and then queen the pawn card before black.
Yeah.
Queen's third pawn. You can show the masses. So takes. c5.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry.
takes e5, takes,
Takes.
and I guess this pawn will
Maybe
distract.
h5
C4.
or something. I mean, you need to do something to try
Yeah.
to. Okay, so e6.
e6, king c6,
King c4.
king c4, king d6, and
Yeah,
for the sake of argument,
probably
e7, or maybe b3 or something.
I'd have thought white wins by 3 or 4 tempted.
Yeah.
You go 1, 2, 3, and 5 more is 8, and black's going to do. Right, you can do
At,
that. Yeah.
at some
Okay.
moment we take this and we go.
Well, then we probably go e7 don't we, as soon as we can. Actually, I mean, there's no point in d3.
So from what looked like a drawn rook and pawn endgame,
Looked like a drawn rook and pawn ending where I even slightly preferred black for some reason.
now white's winning by several tempi.
3
And rook d3 was actually played.
Oh, this has been played. Okay,
and
so
as was
this.
king c6.
Okay, so this could all
So
happen.
you take and play rook d3, and they have to play rook
Rook e6 is false, but then white's definitely pressed.
And
Yeah,
white's,
white's
Well,
white's
you can
pressing.
play b5 still, try to do something like that.
Well, when you
So
play
probably
b5,
rook d8 now, yeah?
Nonetheless, I think we should switch
We will.
games. Yeah.
Well, but now rook d8, yeah?
when you play b5, you need to make sure I'm not in a position to take and go rook d7, right?
No, but I can also play rook c8 check after
Rook c8
d5.
is the pawn there, so-
Rook c8 just
Yeah.
wins.
Okay, so white seems to be slightly
A
the
lot
choice
better.
now.
White's improved
I mean, white's
markedly.
possibly even winning. I mean, the engine will go deep and tell us.
Okay, the next game, board 5, is Fish Karthik against Ranesh Ratnison. And so Cambridge is white, Oxford is black, and that's the Oxford captain here.
And you've
Oh,
got-
sorry, getting it all wrong. Sorry, Cambridge is black and it's the Cambridge captain.
So
So we left this when black played the move b6,
Yeah.
which Matthew and I thought was probably the best way for black to develop.
If you want to sub back in, Matthew,
Oh, no,
you're
I'm
quite
very happy.
well. Okay, great.
Bishop d3 feels normal, bishop b7, and we did comment that d5 is a plan for black. It does seem like the obvious next move if white doesn't do anything special, which may be what happened in the game, although queen e2 lines up with the e5 pawn.
Yeah.
And also hits A6.
A6 as well some days, isn't it?
Yeah. So the implementation is a bit more challenging here.
Is this one of these positions you should play bishop f6 as soon as you can? And people do nowadays sometimes, don't they?
Why bishop f6? Because you can take back with the knight.
Yeah, I know you can, but I'm worried they'll play g5 and attack my e4 or something.
Right.
Not really huge initiative. So I'm thinking that I'll take and then start fiddling around with my horse.
G5 and H5 here is not like completely stupid, is it?
No, it makes
I
sense.
don't think it's completely stupid. I really don't want to get involved in this as white. I don't know if I want to play h5, but I feel I'm quite passive then. You know, black can play knight c5. And so I thought if we took an f6 first, which is not, I know it's not ideal, and then played knight d2 or something, tried to get a c4 and fiddle around.
Yeah. If you go to c4, do you
But
ever run
d5,
into
I'm going to play knight
things?
takes d5, aren't I? Well, I'm going to hope it all works out.
Yeah, I
It
think
may not.
d5 feels principled here. Let's go with that.
Well, let's play knight d5 and see what happens, shall we? Well, is the queen still only on d1? Sorry.
No, queen's on. Isn't queen on?
I thought the queen.
Yeah, so it's Queen
Two.
E2 black to play.
Yeah, queen e2, black to play.
Oh, yeah, we
okay.
were looking at bishop
Yeah.
f6, weren't we?
Well,
Yeah.
bishop f6 and then queen e2, I was thinking.
Okay, fine. And then d5, I'm not so sure about.
Then d5, I was hoping knight d5 was going to be. I was going to have bishop a6 at the end, and there was going to be a mess. And I don't know, maybe there'd be bishop b4 check and take c3 or something ridiculous. But I was hoping it would all be all right.
Yeah. Yeah, for some reason now I'm not so keen on playing d5. I sort of want to improve this bishop a bit if I can. So we might go with g6 now.
Okay, let's just castle king side. That's not rush.
And okay, maybe h5.
Okay, now how am I going to improve my lumps now? Maybe I can't, in which case. That's
Well, you can try and bring this to e3, can't you?
Yeah, but of course I'm defending that square enough times, aren't I? So probably knight d2, yeah.
Knight d2, and now bishop h6 feels intuitive, but I also have h4 if I want it.
It feels like that. I know you'll know best, but it feels like you're attacking with not the pieces developed on the. So that this is like this the bishop and rook on the king side.
Bishop and the rook, but what should I do with the bishop and the rook? I feel like
It's a
the
good
rook is doing a
question.
job if I'm playing h4.
True.
Bishop h6 is sort of normal, isn't it?
Bishop h6 is completely normal.
Knight up and maybe just, I don't know, king e7 or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
Or castles, both open, I don't know which is better. That defends the pawn more, but, or maybe king f8 for g7, I suppose, I don't know. I mean, the thing is, we'll just take an e3 when he does it. I suppose you have to be careful he doesn't start playing f4 and attacking us, but I don't think he did it.
I don't strictly need to take on e3 yet, do I?
Probably not. No, actually, I'm not. Unless I can threaten something, I suppose I could also play rook a3 to b3. I'm really pushing on that.
Oh yeah, rook left.
Maybe I can go rook a. No, I won't play knight c e3. That's a shame. I'll play the glorious move rook a3.
And okay, h4 feels consistent.
Okay, I'm going to go rook b3.
And then I need to drop the knight back.
And now,
Daniel's threatening to go into c5 there.
yeah, you're probably. I'm probably achieving absolutely nothing quickly. No, I'm probably achieving nothing quickly. I mean, I can play knight e3 and make it take, but you're probably very happy to.
Don't think I mind taking right now. And then playing knight c5.
Yeah. Okay, so probably rook b4 if it's all okay.
And
Well,
something,
C5 try for rook.
I was going to go knight b5 then and rook c4. And I was wondering if d5 won or not.
So a5.
You don't need to do that. You just play some. I mean, it's queen g5 maybe. You can defend.
yeah, I kind of want to make this move.
Yeah, I'm not at all happy. Our position's getting mankier and mankier, really.
I guess you try rook c4 and b4, don't you?
Yeah.
Sort of doubling down.
Yeah.
And then I go with the queen somewhere and play knight e6.
Mm. I don't believe any of this
Yeah.
one. No, I know that people do these things where they play bishop f6 now. And
That's interesting.
in Idle.
Oh, John, you'll like it actually if you wait for the next move.
So queen e2, and black could have played g5 or various other things, but played d5, and now white took on f6.
So we get the same.
We get the same thing, which I'm not sure black had to allow necessarily.
I think black's pushing his light now.
Yeah, and so knight
it
takes
depends,
d5
it
would have
depends if
been.
there's a bishop b4 check move, and whether that's particularly splendiferous or not. I mean, takes bishop b4 check, and we claim that our c3 we're going to take it. Is definitely what we claim.
Okay, so we need to move the king.
Seems like that way, yeah. Now bishop d5 is possible because bishop a6 you can take it.
Yeah, so bishop d5 I would take on e5 probably,
Presumably,
or maybe
yes.
bishop e4 potentially.
Or maybe c3 first even. Bishop d4. And now this position is,
Well, bishop e4 gives me the bonus that the queen would attack the bishop if you take.
yeah, so you have to, yeah, the pieces are, you can play bishop c4.
I have bishop c4, don't you? Of course, yeah.
You can repeat
That's a
bishop
shame.
c4, you probably ought to. I mean,
I also have even take on a6 and queen b5 check.
can you
maybe.
do that? Queen c6?
Take on b4.
Oh, sorry, I was being silly. Taking f3,
Take on f3.
queen f3, I suppose.
Rook g1.
Game continues. What are you claiming? Queen's stopping castling, isn't it? Yeah, if I can't castle, I'm not going to be doing very well this way. Who knows?
It feels like if bishop a6, your best is probably to
You might
decline the
just
challenge.
Castle.
Yeah.
and then bishop b5 and just play e4 or something and start
Yeah.
waving your hands.
Yeah, it's going to be a pawn one way or another.
Yeah.
But he takes d5 played.
Presumably bishop
b4.
b4 now.
Mm-hmm. Short castle. Bishop takes c3, I suppose.
Yeah. That's it. Something takes d5, presumably. You don't
Okay.
you don't allow c4 really, do you? I don't think, unless you, maybe you can castle as well, I don't know.
Well, if you castle, is c4 even possible because of e4?
Well, I thought e4 probably won a piece. That's what I was trying to work out. Knight e2 takes, I think I played the a rook and then I played takes and f5 at the end.
Yeah.
That seems to be a piece. So I think you'd better take an e5, which is what I did, I guess, isn't it?
So black here took on c3.
Yeah, black took on c3.
Oh, no, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So what's this now? Like, isn't white a
But
pawn
we-
up?
Yeah, we were saying if short castle, then queen takes e5 anyway.
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be anything
And just play
special for black.
takes, some sensible move.
And then take on d5.
Rook
Well,
e8 or
that's
Rook
something.
e8.
probably just, maybe rook e8, maybe,
Rook e8, knight c4 is maybe a bit ticklish.
yeah. Well, might be, true. Bishop d5, it feels, that's queen size a little weak, isn't it? Probably weaker than white's actually.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything special black can do. So they took on c3. Queen e5, knight e5. And
And then
you'd
take on
assume
d5.
white's a touch better here, I think.
Is white already castled?
Yeah. So, okay, black's got a slightly better pawn structure. White's got their pieces out more, got castled.
I mean, bishop e4 is at least interesting.
That was what's played.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so there's a threat of c4.
There is actually, yeah, isn't there? I was thinking of playing castles knight d7 or something, but if c4 is a threat, that's even better. So
Well, maybe c4 doesn't work here because of rook e8 or something.
maybe. I mean, if you play knight d7, what does one play? Rook d8 then, and bishop d5, rook d7 is okay. You can still go knight d6, and that's a pawn, a little bit of a pawn.
Yeah, it's not a very nice pawn though.
It is,
this
isn't
way.
it? Well, but you'll get an a5, or maybe you won't. If you get an a5, I think it's quite a reasonable.
So if you just drop the bishop back now.
To E4, F3.
Yeah, go on,
E4, have
E4.
rook
E4.
D4 maybe.
All right, F3 then.
F3, rook C7.
Yeah,
You've got an A5 if you
E5,
want it.
yeah.
A5,
I'll have
I
it.
think.
Okay, so I'll try and hit that pawn as well as maybe
Yeah.
some knight D2 stuff.
Oh, you're being quite annoying, aren't you? Yeah. I can go with rook F1.
D1, yeah.
Rook F B1, I think.
Oh,
Rook
B1.
F1.
And
Okay.
if knight
They're going
D2,
to
rook
B6.
B6.
Yeah.
And if you want to
So
take
try rook C5 then.
yeah. Bishop B2. I'm going to be a pawn, aren't I? Good take. I've got a back rank, I wasn't sure.
Mm.
Maybe rook D2.
Yeah.
I guess you give me rook check, bishop check, and then
Yeah.
you
You're
have a free move, don't you?
stuck. Ish.
Well, I'm not claiming very much. I mean, I prefer to do better than that. I could have taken on D5 and then played knight D7 as well. If C4 doesn't work. If I take and then go knight D7, I get a better version, I think. Maybe. Maybe it's not much, is it?
Rook B8, and then are we keeping the knight with
Maybe
A5?
A5,
then.
yeah.
Maybe, why not? Because I can do C4, can't I? And they all protect each other quite nicely.
Yeah, quite grim for black anyway.
Well,
Is there a way?
It's worse anyway.
Mm.
Is there a way black can keep the pawn?
So you have to defend the bishop, really, don't you? Otherwise, this pin's going to be a
Yeah,
problem.
let's play some sort of rook
But,
B8.
but
B8.
also, I mean, was C4 bad on castles? Rook E8 F4, is that terrible? I mean, I know there's knight F4 or something, but I'm not sure it's going to work.
There isn't, is there?
Probably
There's-
not. No.
Rook A7.
Rook
No,
A7, rook.
but this is on pre as well.
Yeah.
So maybe I'd need to move the other rook.
Well, we can
don't
maybe
have
go just about in that position. Go knight E2 check and rook B7 and attack a lot of boys. But I mean, I'm not very hopeful about this.
Rook A7 here. Bishop F3.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying too hard, aren't I?
No, but maybe the other rook. Maybe C4 rook AE8.
Maybe.
And then if F4, I do want knight takes F4.
Then bishop D5.
No, I just go bishop D5, bishop D5,
Sorry?
knight D7.
Bishop D5.
Oh, right. Yes, of course.
This one's
Yeah, that doesn't work,
exchange.
does it? Bishop D5
So what
and
did
knight
he plan for
D7.
bishop D4?
It's he's still thinking.
Is he still thinking?
Is he still thinking?
Not good. I mean, maybe. What could you play? You could play a move like rook A7, couldn't you? It's not very
Yeah.
pretty, but it does defend your guy. I don't know B8 or
Yeah,
A7.
we'll try A7.
One of the two. But actually now maybe no rook D1. Maybe we can play like saying that knight C3 then.
How about knight C4 as white in this position?
It's certainly possible. We probably just castle or something and pretend we're all right.
Takes, and then knight E6.
Yeah, you would have pawn. I mean, we're sort of admitting we're losing a pawn. It's possible, therefore, you should have played rook E8 for that reason precisely.
Mhm.
Uh,
I suppose you could end up being forked after you castle then.
yeah, you could.
Oh, yeah.
So,
That's
so after rook A7, knight C4, is there any good move? There is, though there isn't a. Have to castle, don't you?
So this is just going to be a little bit good for white, or whatever.
Maybe quite a lot. I mean, if you get an A5 and then you get an C4 and just hold everything, it's not clear you can do very much, is it? But I mean, if you start bringing the white king up the board and dart squares, then black will have to do something quite soon.
What about rook B8? Rook B8, knight C4, B5 takes.
I mean, I think the thing about rook E8 is you don't have to go knight C4 now, just go knight E7 as well. So if we went something evil like rook E1 here, then that would sort of take aim fairly vigorously at the enemy.
I'm tempted in all these positions just to bring another rook to the centre.
No, but if I just play rook E1, aren't I probably winning? If I just play rook F1.
Oh, because of the fork, yeah.
Yeah, because when I've got the fork and
Yeah.
I'm defending my bishop, and I'm saying, well,
So black can't castle because of the fork knight.
well, that's the basic
D7.
claim, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
Whatever
black
that
can't
was, rook
castle,
B8.
So John
Rookie one.
Spillman's
Rookie one,
suggesting
yes.
rookie one,
Oh, that's simple.
And then-
lining up against this black king that can't, like the normal move would be casting, but that's
You
not
can maybe
possible.
play 97, but it's pretty disgusting.
And then maybe some
The crowd
bishop C6
doesn't
check.
like this.
Well, I'm probably rook b1 now. And the thing is, if you just fail to do your stuff, you keep on letting black play his moves. There are not very many very good ones. Where the hell is the fork? There isn't a fork. I was wondering if you could go something where you oh, that just is horrible, isn't it? Yeah.
That just wins, right?
Does this just win?
Takes, king d7, knight e7, and you don't have a trick. With only one lot of rooks on the board, you might be alive. But
So
yeah,
if the
no.
king just moves, like king f8,
King
Well,
F8,
like
knight
knight to
D7.
D7.
knight d7 again.
7 or knight f7 king.
Yeah.
Yes, fork either way.
I think rookie one just wins in that.
Okay, so this
I
just
think
wins.
by
Yeah.
similar logic, rook a7.
Oh, we still go rookie one,
If
do we?
rookie one now,
No,
it's a
castle.
short castle, but maybe still this.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that
Idea being if knight
it's
c3
slightly
on this.
distressing when you only a pawn, I feel. I think the position's good enough, we actually want to win more than a pawn now.
Okay.
So rookie one.
Shall we leave
castle.
it? It was a position for white.
Yeah, rook a7 was just played.
Okay.
Okay, so.
So rook a d1 looks
Does this actually happen?
good to me.
Yes.
Yes, it's positional.
Yeah, this is the actual position. So this is looking
Blackadder-
very
Blackadder was
promising for
vicious a few
Oxford.
years ago. He
Yeah.
committed suicide.
Mm. Okay, let's move because we're getting closer to time control, so things are.
Or something in this position.
Yeah.
Is that rather stupid? The idea was to go a5, b5, rook over castles, knight to d7 to b6, and to cause some sort of upset because you can't take that knight.
I'm assuming there are a number of ways to be +1, +1.5
Oh, yeah,
in this
certainly.
position.
There's certainly going to
But
be
whether
ways.
there's a crushing kill, I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
Rook a d1 is an attempt in that direction.
Then knight c3 unless it loses.
We could
And then
pop
I was
onto there and see if we've got any online
Thinking
comments. Actually.
takes 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You take back, I think,
You take back and then I go rook d3.
and then I try to go knight e2 check and castle.
Yes, and then the argument is that you can't come out.
Well, G3.
Yeah, but I play rook c8, and I probably have enough moves to cause some trouble, don't I? And it feels like it's going to be hard to actually win as white in this position.
Yeah, I don't think I can pick up the knight, sadly.
I don't think so either. So I think that's gone a bit wrong.
Yeah,
So
so-
we can do better than that.
Well, in that case, white would probably just pick one of the ways that wins a pawn. Be one of
Yeah,
those
but let's see. if
rook
we can do-
b1s or something
Let's see
we
if
were
we can
talking
do
about.
really brutal somehow. Takes. So we don't have this thing where we no, we don't have that.
One of these knight c4 type things, I think. But
One-
crowd is
one of
wanting
them,
us to move
just-
on.
We got some other games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said there is the move a5, just possibly. I don't know quite why that. Well, it might mean that you could attack the bishop or something with rook b1 or do anyway. Okay, it's definitely better for white. Rook a7 is the best move.
Just hang on. A5 with the idea of c4, was it?
I just wanted to go rook e1, castles, knight to d7, rook somewhere, knight to b6, and claim you
How
couldn't
is,
take that.
how is c4 actually?
Yeah, c4 is very
Is that possible?
possible here. You have to go takes.
And then if takes, I want rook b1.
You go rook b1, aren't you? You
Is this
vicious
an option?
brute.
Yeah.
Well, I castle them. Right? Can I castle that?
I take on b7.
Hope that this isn't too bad, right? Takes rook 5.
Bishop takes, rook b5,
I have knight g6.
Ooh.
rook g6. Knight g6 is
Clever.
truly magnificent. Though.
Oh, wow.
Very clever. We like
I
it.
don't think it's a very good move, but it's.
It's work and then.
I suppose it might be a good move.
There wouldn't make 7
Oh, okay, yes.
I mean, I was. So I
Yeah,
can't.
rook takes a5, yeah.
Maybe c3.
Oh, rook
actually.
takes
No,
a5.
I play c3.
rook
yeah.
takes a5 is funny.
No, but it's c3 I play in this position.
Really?
I think so.
Yeah, I suppose. My knight doesn't get out. That's unfortunate. But maybe with bishop c4.
Okay, so I'll go rook c5 takes the.
Takes this
Or,
one.
yeah, rook takes knight out c2.
And I end up losing.
Yeah, you actually lose because of the back. Yes.
Well done, me. Okay, so on that bombshell, let's go to a different game.
Splendid, but it's-
Okay, so the next one, Gem Gunner, Sasha Brazil. There we go. Okie dokes.
Okay, so this game we left when black played h6.
Well, I think
You're happy.
So Cambridge is white here,
I'm
moving the
alternating it.
queen a
You're
lot of
very happy
times.
with it, so-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was happy with it.
And we were wondering whether to drop the queen back to d2, which was what happened.
All right.
Yeah, so white played
My-
queen
my
d2,
job ended on the- after the clock
and I was thinking maybe
Right.
black could play c5 in this position, but
So what's happening with that?
he chose to castle first,
Tom's winning on board one.
and then after b3, then c5. But this gives white time to play bishop b2,
Uh-huh.
Nothing to clear cut.
Right.
Cambridge have advantages on that.
which I guess means that there'll be no massive lead in development. And if there are massive trades, then
As if we go now,
dark square bishop will be one of them.
here, which is a pain.
Yeah.
You know, I can't see it.
I'm not
Which
sure
way
if
to
black
react?
is
Decide on the best game of the most
necessarily any better
We
anymore.
do, yes. so
Maybe you
that's
try
part of
bishop
our job,
g4,
so
but there's
we
knight e5, isn't
will-
there?
We will as a collective.
Yep.
We normally get lost by the other Matthew. I think.
Yeah. Rook e8 doesn't feel like it does much to me. I guess it's setting up some sort of cd4 followed by e5, isn't it?
Don't ever want to play E5 in those
I
positions.
rather thought just playing rook ad1 would be at least. Nice.
Nice.
Oh, is that knight and b1? Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't.
Yeah,
Um,
it feels like white's somehow solved the opening problems. At least they're a bit more coordinated. But anyway, we have a lot of moves. Short castle,
Yeah.
cd4, knight d4, knight c5. So at last black can move the bishop, I guess.
There's a risk,
You can go
yeah.
knight a3 rather than short castles as well, maybe. If that's a good idea or not.
For white here.
Instead of castling, yeah, I thought knight a3 might be a move. I don't think you just play cd4 and swap queens or something at some annoying moment.
Yeah, I guess it will get something quite similar, won't it? Black will play cd4 eventually.
Yeah.
Um,
I'd like having. I mean, after e5, we can just go knight d5. can't we?
Is anyone in really big time trouble? Because we don't get the. Do we have the clock time? Oh, we do have the clock times, yes.
So perhaps just castles, yeah.
yeah, castle feels sensible. cd4, knight
Probably knight
d4.
takes, yeah.
It's more ambitious anyway to play knight takes d4 than bishop takes d4.
Hmm.
And then knight c5.
Presumably rook fd1 now.
Yeah. And now, I suppose, a bonus of not having gone to a3 earlier is you can go to c3 now.
It is.
I played e5,
Wait a
desperate for some
minute,
endgame.
do we have to go back to, do we not have anything else in that position? Something like, I don't know, probably nothing clever, is that?
Instead of e5 for black.
No, I was wondering if I could play bishop a3 or something instead of knight c3. Probably knight e6 is a good move. I'm probably absolutely causing myself trouble.
Well, maybe you can play bishop a3 here.
Maybe on a very good day with the following move. Yeah, I'd like to. I'd really like to.
I would also really like to, but the problem is this, right?
This
Oh.
move.
Or is it? Can I move the queen somewhere clever?
Well, we're about to give up our queen. And that
Queen e1.
was the great joy of it's fun, but I mean,
2 pieces you normally get.
yeah, well, I'm going to get a rook and a piece this time.
Black.
I'm cock-a-hoo. That means. I don't know if this is. What am I going to play? Some incredibly clever move, presumably.
Something like bishop g4.
Well, I'm thinking about knight c4 actually. I don't know if I can't do the arithmetic.
Can we take that?
I think rook takes queen, knight takes bishop, rook e5, probably refuse that. You've only got 2 pieces to start with, and knight c2 you have a knight trap, so it doesn't work, sadly. More usual. So presumably we want, I don't know. Yeah, maybe this is good for white. I mean, other people are less delighted to sacrifice their queens than me, I know.
Yeah, okay, maybe queen takes d4 is not great.
Bishop A3 is a bit.
Bishop
I
A3
mean,
is,
just play knight C2 and be slightly.
well, it's kind of
That's what he did.
maximalist move, isn't it? Bishop A3.
Mm.
You're hoping that they have to go back here and block their bishop or something.
There is
Yes.
Bishop F8 as well, maybe.
There is.
And you might suddenly lose some material. So you're right, really, but pieces might pour out for black. Have we got any other move after A6 to keep a bit more control of the position? I mean, can we move our queen somewhere on the grounds? Can we?
Yeah, some sort
Can we
of
go
queen.
C1 or
Yeah.
something? I don't know, C1 or C2. Maybe just C1.
Maybe black is playing queen C7.
Okay, well,
John, do you want to go
Maybe,
on
maybe a rook C1
camera
as
for a
well.
moment?
I'm happy here. I can,
Yeah,
as
yeah.
long as I can see, which I can just about do, then that's already a bonus. So queen C7, yeah.
Well, may just blunder a piece. I'm just throwing it out there. Queen
well,
C7
before this 96,
may run into a rook C1.
You seem to be playing without enough pieces as white to create a minute. There's rook D8 as well, perhaps. I don't really believe this.
Yeah, rook D8 looks good, doesn't it?
Can't you just defend your knight then?
With this one.
That's sort of asking.
Or do you mean
for
can
trouble.
white defend?
Well, I mean, yeah,
Well,
if rook
you do
d8,
that-
then
if you
just
do that,
slightly.
the move B4 actually becomes slightly plausible. That really is a move then. Probably a winning move actually.
Yeah, rook D8 if E3. I guess you're hoping that E5 works.
Yeah. But if we just do queen C5, rook C5, pawn takes knight, bishop takes pawn, probably bishop takes bishop. There is the rook E1 and bishop H3 trick at the moment. Takes, knight C3 is clearly better for white, isn't it? Or maybe, I mean, you have to spend a tempo playing defending B7 anyway.
Well, there's a small chance that I take with the rook first, right? So if you play bishop takes, you might even lose the game to rook takes D4.
Oh shit, yeah, sorry, I was being stupid. Okay, so I have to go pawn takes.
So pawn takes, then maybe still rook takes D4. How
Okay,
is
so
that?
rook takes D4. So now I
Go get your knight
applaud
out.
your ingenuity. And I play knight A3, do I?
Knight A3. Okay. And now I want to play another ridiculous move.
Oh,
What do you want to say? Bishop H3 or something?
No, rook D5.
D5, yeah, I saw that. But I think I can go rook takes rook.
you can go.
Can you?
Rook takes rook, and if bishop takes bishop, rook D8,
And if king G7.
just knight C2. Maybe bishop F5 now, a really good day.
Yeah, maybe bishop F5. I like having good days. Rook takes A8, bishop takes C2.
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
rook E1 now. Well,
I'm not
you-
getting away with it, am I? Get skewered at the end.
I fear you get skewered at the end, yes, by my evil rook.
That is unfortunate.
That's
Okay.
so sad. Well, I mean, it's sort of normal, isn't it, actually? But, you know, when you put all your minor pieces on pretty, something occurs.
Yeah, it's an incredible line, isn't it? Rook D5.
Yeah. Rook t5.
Yeah. I still don't need to
I
move
still
the
don't
rook.
quite believe it, but
You're going to try rook C, no, you're not going to try rook.
I was looking at rook c8, but
Yeah,
I
rook
don't.
C4, I thought you were going to try.
c4. Oh,
Doesn't rook C4 just allow knight C4 and
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
Yeah, it
yes,
does.
it completely loses. It's just it's the logical next thing to look at. Sort of in a funny way. Nobody believes it.
all right.
Yeah.
Let's-
Anyway, this was a sidetrack. So knight C3 was played. Black went E5, which I guess wasn't in their plan ever since they played rook E8, but I'm not sure about it.
Knight c2.
Knight C2, queen takes, rook takes, bishop E6. So at least black's managed to connect their rooks, although white still has the D file. So white still looks to be doing well here.
Maybe we should play knight to e3 to d5 or to double rooks first, yes.
There's always bishop a3 in the position because the b7 pawn's only defended by the knight.
Yeah, it looks better for white to me now. I mean,
There's also knight e3 coming into d5.
yeah, you might have to
There's
try to
rook
play
d6
e4
in the
as
position.
bishop there. Try to play e4 and sit at that time, I think.
Yeah, you could play e4 here, couldn't you? It's a
I
bit
think you
committal.
probably should. I mean, I really want to try to cause some trouble here, really, very quickly.
I guess
might
the,
have with, like, I don't know, knight d4 or something, yeah.
the obvious reply is knight d4 to me.
Okay, I'm probably going to play f5 now, don't I?
Yeah, you don't care about the e6 bishop, do you?
Well, I mean, I do, but I mean, I have enough
things
things
to
to
care
worry about. You can't worry about everything.
Yeah, and then some sort of bishop a3.
Bishop a3 might cause a very serious accident here, actually.
Well, you'll play bishop f8, won't you?
Oh, yeah.
Again. Or rook a c8 maybe, it's also possible.
I don't know, it's not so slightly. Yeah.
Actually, that f5 is quite nice, isn't it? Because it traps in the bishop on
G2.
G2.
Yeah, that's why we did it.
Hmm.
How about some possibilities of maybe knight e2 and knight f4 in the future? Because after g5, possibly maybe knight h5 could be possible. in the future.
Maybe, but
Yeah,
it's just, at the moment, Black's just trying to survive for a couple of moves. And if Black survives, then Black's sort of happy.
yeah, I do like e4 as a way of trying to do that.
Yeah,
At least it gives
I
white
think so
something
as
to
well.
think about.
Because I think it causes, some sort of slight malfunction in sort of wardrobe malfunctioning.
Yeah, so bishop f8 was played, which seems like an overreaction to the rook
but now you
d6
can play knight
ideas.
to e3 to d5, can't you?
Well, that's what he did. He played knight e3. Black went rook a b8, which also feels like an overreaction, this time to the b7 pawn issues.
Well, maybe you need to. And did he go knight d5 or did he find a better
No,
move?
he found
No, he
a
played
move.
g4.
Oh, it's
So-
to stop f5.
To stop f5, I think, and also with the idea of knight e4 somewhere at the back of his
So
mind.
what was going to happen if he did go knight d5 and how's Black going to defend themselves?
C knight, I assume.
Yeah, I didn't even know which knight, but I assume you take him once with a horse and I take him back with a horse. And I mean, you can take that knight, but I'm threatening knight f6 check. And I'm threatening bishop d5 probably.
Yeah,
So I'm guessing you have to play bishop takes d5.
or bishop back to g7, but that's not very human given that I've just put it
Hmm.
on f8.
No, I can go knight c7.
Knight
then.
c7.
And rook e7.
Yeah, well, just
Take
take
the
the
bishop.
d6 is clearly better, isn't it, for white?
How about going back? How about going back to g5? And just
Or rook d8 check.
Rook d8 check is also interesting.
Rook e8 check is the move, yeah.
But I can also just take and play rook d7, can't I? And I'm going to get a clear advantage always, because you don't get an e4. If I just go rook d7 here, like a normal human being, oh, I plus over the line or something.
Hmm. So white is Cambridge for this particular game.
Well, white-
We don't have any results yet, as far as I know, unless anyone knows from other boards.
I mean,
No results yet.
They think this is just very nice. I mean, it may not. I mean, it may be that e3 is a better move than d7. Just to keep control. You got the two bishops. Black has played the weakening e5, and everything is pretty foul, I would say, for Black in this position.
Hmm.
If you play the Catalan, that's what you're playing for. Anyway.
Yeah.
And if I play rook takes e6,
Well,
Now I want to play one of your
bishop
e4.
a3 now or something. Is that understood? Or
bishop a3.
you can maybe play b6, or I can. I'm getting close to the moment I can go b4. I mean, I could maybe have gone b4 instead of bishop a3 and allowed knight a4. I don't think that's a bad thing to do at all. Here we go with d8.
Hmm.
Okay. And maybe I go rook back.
Well, if I just go rook takes rook and bishop takes knight and bishop takes b7,
Oh, yeah, you do, don't you?
then I'm fairly happy bunny. I mean, I'm very happy because I like playing with lots of bishops, but anybody's reasonably happy.
Okay, so then do I need to make a move like takes in b6?
You can go takes
B6.
b6. I'm slightly tempted to play bishop takes. No, I can't do that yet. Sorry.
Some B4, B5 thing, very close to working.
Oh, right, okay, well, let's try them. B4.
That's horrific for black, isn't it?
What fun.
Yeah,
It's the end of the game, isn't it?
because of the bishop on F8.
Yeah.
And your man resigns, yes.
Maybe knight d5 is
Well, it just
way
seems
to go.
tremendously strong to me. I mean, I don't believe you have to do very much to have a big advantage.
See you
So,
later.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm lucky. You can take twice in D5.
I
In
might
order
need
not
to,
to
but then I
lose
suppose
immediately.
this is tempo, isn't it? And you will still get b4 or something at some moment.
Well, I'm going to have to play. I'm going to have to play the disgusting F6, am I? You know, people have played worse moves against me and got away with it sometimes. Yeah. But,
I'm
it's,
sure I have.
but it's bad, isn't it? All we're claiming is it's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You maybe try to play E4, but you're really pushing your luck. Your
No.
pieces all over the place.
Yeah, he went for g4, and I assume the idea of that is knight e4, just to have that
Yeah,
outpost there.
I don't understand. I mean,
It's not very maximal, is it?
I don't think it's even not very much. I just don't think I just think the whole thing you're doing is you're pressing and pressing until the bishop suddenly jumps out and kills the guy. I mean, you could also maybe have gone b4 actually. I don't know if b4 was a good move or else move. Oh wait a minute, the bishop hits b4 at once, doesn't it? Sorry.
So maybe
No, I don't think you do the knight a4 because they're going to takes. Bishop b5.
bishop b4,
Yeah, probably rook d4 or something.
bishop c3,
c3, bishop
Check on
b8,
B8.
bishop d4,
rook d4.
knight c3,
Threatening E
Dirty-
E2.
Dirty punt.
rook d3. Okay, line is over. Rook d3.
But of course I approve of that, yeah. But that's why I think I'm winning a piece. That this man found a move to confuse me. No, the rook d3 does win actually, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Well, it could be clearer, but yes.
You go and get a check.
Take
and
on
that- check
E2.
and knight c1
Check
or
and knight
something.
c1 and take on a2.
And you get a couple of pawns, but you're not doing very well. I mean, yeah. Well, it's got too many pieces for the passed pawns to be a huge concern.
Yeah, so I guess b4 I do need to retreat.
Yeah,
This
but
is
now you're
tempo.
hitting b4 and you're hitting. Maybe that's not so great. For
It's
me.
on prisoner, I suppose.
How about A3 right now?
A3.
I suppose
A3
now
is a very, very
you could play
sensible
this
move.
again in a good version.
Yeah, I mean,
Even
A3 is a
better
nice move, just holding everything and preparing to play knight e4. And maybe preparing knight e5 next move.
Oh, maybe I'll play your f5. F5, E4 idea.
Okay. Probably just knight d5 now.
I see D5, presumably.
Yeah, knight cd5, yeah. I mean, maybe you can just about play e4 here and a very good day with following wind.
Knight c7. Looks
Yeah.
problematic.
Oh, it does win me. Sorry, you still win there. You still win 2 pieces. Sorry. So in that case, you can't do that. So you haven't got time for e4. So I claim I'm much better again.
Maybe I play king f7. Oh, I suppose you can take and take this, can't you? That's the whole point.
Yeah, well, that would certainly be enough, wouldn't it? A huge advantage.
Yeah. Okay, let's see how the game went.
Because G4 is
G4,
Bishop
bishop
E7.
e7. Now knight d5. Takes, rook
So it's
takes.
just got a very
And this is where we are at the moment, right?
Yeah.
And so white's threatening this pawn on E5.
And black will probably have to
Black
make
will
the
play the...
unsatisfying move f6. And then at some stage, I guess, weaknesses on the king side will become an issue as well.
Yeah, so how might you get there? Like, can we still do B4?
I guess he goes knight a4.
Well, then you go bishop A1 and you have bishop, and you have ideas of bishop E4 in the future, possibly.
Maybe black can take the pawn though.
You definitely have compensation as well for
Yeah.
how much.
Yeah,
Can you get your rooks in on the
F4 is
7th?
YG then.
Okay.
F4's interesting.
f4 here.
Maybe either here or
Mm.
I'm also interested in playing bishop c1 to go bishop e3 cancel afterwards.
and hitting H6.
Yeah, so well, against
But
10.
there's knight C3 issues.
Well, no, there aren't, because I haven't played b4. I've left the pawn in
Oh,
b3.
yeah.
Yeah, bishop c1 here, for
Bishop
example.
C1.
Okay,
And
attacking
I'm
on
not sure if I'm
H6.
threatening bishop h6, but I'm certainly thinking about it. After they've reinforced this diagonal, why not?
But if you go bishop h6, are they going to go g5?
Well, that was their plan, yes, their cunning plan. But I was going to go h4 and something was going to happen. Maybe I lose a piece to get many pawns. But maybe I'm sort of vaguely threatened to do that.
Yeah. Well, it stops rook d8, doesn't it? In some sense, because black would have wanted to trade all the rooks off the board.
How do you mean, Daniel? So
it doesn't seem to be possible here.
I was going to say just takes, and b4.
So like in this situation,
Well,
I
actually, I can
think
just
white
take
can
h6 here, because now after g5, I'll
G5, then you've got-
check, and then the bishop can escape.
Ah, very good, very good. Yeah.
In true Fernandez style. So I think bishop c1's a good move.
Bishop c1 is a good
I
move.
think he's really, really on the rocks, so it only takes a little bit more. So say he plays king g7 like a normal king b. Seems more likely, doesn't it? Anything
Yeah,
else?
and then bishop e3 feels normal.
Probably, yes.
How about b4 and then ideas of rook b7, trying to exploit the king and bishop?
That's also
b1,
very
right?
possible, yes.
Yeah.
That's very possible. But b4, we can at the moment go knight to e6 to f8 to e6, we hope. Oh, no, we can't, because b7 hangs up already. Might be better, yeah. Don't know.
Yeah, I suppose this one also queues up some bishop a7 ideas.
As well.
Black's forced to play b6.
B6.
Very bad side.
I thought
And then you go b4.
Can you go rook b to c8 or is something very bad happen? I mean, we're going to call I assume if we want to, but
Yeah, I don't think we need to be.
so
Well,
b4
actually,
knight
king
a4.
h8 and then go rook b7.
Why are we rushing this? We could play just some move, and I'm not sure what
Yeah,
black does.
no, I think Russian is not necessarily right. Probably a5 now.
Yeah, that's the one reason.
And we could maybe play a move like g5 even.
Just
to break-
hold it in reserve.
Just to break black structure
Yeah.
and take on e5. If we
It's
can.
all fairly better for white anyway.
Mm.
It's just a question of how much.
Yeah. Somewhere in the regions above +1, but below crushing, I would say.
It's not winning, no.
No.
Not
So
yet.
what's happened? This
No.
has happened as a.
This is it. Is that? Oh
The
no,
rook
we have
takes and
f6.
f6 played, and that's
So
it.
this is where we are. Yeah. Okay. We'll keep going
Let's
on.
crack on.
Crack on. Connor Clark against Julia Volovich. And so let me tell you that Connor is Oxford playing white, Julia Cambridge playing black. And we left Julia in a little bit of trouble, didn't we, earlier?
We did. So we
Um,
had the position after queen takes c4, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Um,
And these
not
doubled
sure
F
if I
pawns and F5 square were looking pretty dangerous at the time, we thought.
yeah. And then black played f5, which gives white the opportunity to change the structure in a good way. And now black will have these
Oh,
sort of 3 isolated pawns. for
doubled
quite a long
and
time.
isolated. Okay.
So I guess the rest of the game is just about trading pieces for white and trying to get into a pawn ending where that wins,
Right. Yeah.
or knight versus bishop ending equally. Yeah, I don't think white would have been heartbroken to see bishop takes c3, for example.
Mm.
You play queen takes.
F4, it's a strange move. But you want to fix it with g3 and just.
Yeah, you kind of do, don't you?
I
f4. is-
certainly do, yes. I certainly do.
Because the e pawn becomes backward, doesn't it, with f4?
Well, f4 lets black sort of rearrange the bishop and
Well, after
Pressure it.
f4, white's only half pawn up in the king side on the pawn. I mean, the king of f6 defends everything.
yeah,
Whereas you wanna-
g3 is a bit more principled, isn't it?
Much,
Hmm.
in my opinion. I mean, maybe black can go h5, but you'll play h4 and say, well, if you really want to sacrifice. Is there a problem with a b5 though at the moment, actually? Is that? Sorry, the white room's in d1 side. Sorry. Saw the other one. Okay. Just a normal thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah, because now this f pawn's permanently stuck there and weak on f5. So white just wants to get to the ending and
Well, I mean, it's not so clear, it's so awful, but, you know, black's got extra pawn on the queen side. But definitely, yes. I mean, I'm not even sure the pawn ending is that bad. I mean, because because the 3 pawns stop the 4 pawns as well as undoubled ones do, really, don't they?
Mm.
It's just a question of whether black can set up a pass pawn on the queen side. slowly. So what happened?
So f4, bishop c7, now g3.
It's very exciting.
Bishop b6. So it looks like black is getting the makings of some counterplay.
So king f2, queen h6.
Rook f8. At this point, maybe black should keep all the rooks if possible.
So you want to do rook d2 e8?
Thinking about it.
I've noticed the clock times. Julia's getting a bit low on.
And rook e6, rook
Time.
e8, rook f8.
Mm.
Maybe queen h6 later.
Yeah, I mean, making a weakness in e3 is a bit sporting, really, isn't it?
Yeah, black's got something to play against now.
You can maybe go knight a4 and try to get that bishop. I mean, it's all.
You don't really want to play knight a4, though, do you? Some rook
Not
e4
really, I mean,
ideas.
yeah. Asking for trouble. I was thinking there might be a bishop takes some b5 as well, actually. On a bad day, though. It just feels you lost control of it.
What if queen d3 here?
Well, nothing too dramatic. But I
Is this
suppose,
what happened?
I suppose I might just make this move. No, it isn't.
Yeah, black's pieces are looking nicer than they were.
Yeah.
Oh, but white could take on b6, I suppose.
Well, I have this threat.
Yeah.
And then if you deal with that, I was thinking maybe to play the move c5, potentially.
Okay.
Possibly here's queen h5 and just trying to exploit the light squares in the position. Could be something.
Crowd's suggesting queen h5 here
It's
for
not
the
that you
light
really
squares.
get
Yeah.
in. I mean, white can play. I think white can just take a pawn and if queen h3, you play.
Oh, we have a result. We have a
Yeah,
result. Yes, board 1. Shall we have a look? Win for Oxford on board 1. Ah, Tom, would you like to show off your game? I'm gonna leave you with Tom. No, unless do you need a little break?
I can do this one. It's fine.
You do this. We introduce Tom O'Gorman, who has just won his game. Congratulations, Tom.
Right. All right.
You.
Um,
Sure. Like, grab the mouse or. Yeah. So, yeah, I played this this idea of bishop c4 and c3. So the point is, so like if you play c3 in these lines against like the accelerated dragon, they want to play d5 probably, and so you play bishop c4 to prevent this. And so, okay, the black sort of plays the most principled way, which is playing e6 and then taking on d4. And if I go c6, d4, they play d5, I can make moves, right? Yeah. And then this is sort of very symmetrical and very equal. So there's this idea called from Amigazi, who showed this to me. I played this bishop b3 move. And so
I understand it's probably bad if black takes on c3.
So I think taking on c3 is like objectively best actually, but it's really dangerous. So after knight takes c3, black needs to go a6.
Yeah.
And then white goes bishop f4 and bishop d6 next. And then black is supposed to play like knight e7, I think, bishop d6. This is my memory of it. Not quite right. Castles h4, h5, queen d2. And white is like sufficient compensation, and it looks pretty scary for black, but the edge would say somehow it's equal and black can, develop the pieces.
Maybe b5 or something.
Yeah, they play like b5 and bishop b7, and then often, white ends up winning this d7 pawn back and things simplify. But yeah, I think it's very scary. I could sort of very much imagine why, having probably not seen this bishop b3 idea before, that you don't want to take on c3.
Yeah, I was trying to think how I would respond actually. Maybe one move I'd consider is knight e7 here.
Knight
Another
e7.
one might be d3.
Yeah.
If I don't want to take the pawn, but I also recognize that the piece blockade on d4 could be tricky.
Yeah.
That you got in the game.
I hadn't actually looked at d3, and then I realized in the game it might be a move. But I kind of thought I should be a bit better here. Like I can go queen takes d3 and c4. This like isn't really the optimal setup. And also I might have something like knight a3 immediately and try to do something on these dark squares. But it might be an idea. The other idea is, so there are a few other ways to play. So you can play knight c6 here. It might be the same as knight e7 actually. Except
just cd4, d5.
Yeah, but here actually it's not going to be the same because here the only move that's equalizes f6 and the knight e7. So if you play like this, which I guess kind of transposes to the other line, white should be a bit better after h4, I think. And black really has to play h5, and then white sort of gets to go knight c3 and bishop g5. And The position is quite unpleasant, actually. So because of this, I think, yeah. So they can go like d5, e5, f6. This is also fine. Oh, sorry, f6. And then this is also fine, but black has to like know some quite concrete ideas, like after castles. I think the only move to equalize is knight e4. If you like rook e1, white's a bit better. Okay. And it gets very complicated, and black has to play some rook takes f3 in some positions. So again, I thought this is like quite nice to try. Like it's hard for black to figure all this out of the board, but what black played isn't too bad actually. Yeah, d5 is like these positions are just a little bit unpleasant, but you know the computer thinks that they're sort of okay. I think after knight c6, bishop e3. Yeah, the move I had on my notes was knight e7. I'm not sure how much of a difference it makes between knight e7 and knight f6. So, you know, maybe there's some ideas of knight f5 at some point to sort of like, you know, try to fight with the d4 square a bit more. But yeah, I'm not sure if there's a massive difference. I spent a while here trying to figure out if I could play bishop a4. And I don't think I can, or like I don't think it does something good. But the point is after bishop d7, I want to go knight takes c6, b takes, and bishop c5. So if I play this without including these two moves, then black can go knight e4, queen e2, and bishop e6, and be fine. But this one seemed more difficult. But then I thought,
I can still play knight e4.
Black can play knight e4. Yeah, and then the problem here was queen a5. I couldn't see anything there. Yeah. Yeah. So I spent a while trying to figure this out. Like, so if you, for example, if you play queen a5 immediately, I can play b4, and I think this is winning. But yeah, so somehow the things don't work out for me. So.
Well, if I just take a lower risk approach to that position, how bad is it for me if I, for example, play knight e4, queen e2, and bishop f8? Let's just say.
Yes, I thought I go bishop d4 and then f3.
Or if bishop f8 immediately.
Yeah, if bishop f8 immediately, I thought I had queen e2.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I thought like black has to be very precise, and but you know, yes,
it's surprisingly tricky. What if I prepare to block your check? What if I do a queen c7 or something?
Is there such a bad idea to take back in c6 with bishop? Would you not have fun?
Yeah, so this is also possible. I can just okay.
That's not going to rather simplify the tactics for black.
I think the problem is because a4 is not hanging there. Some issues. So if you take with c6, I take and play bishop c5. I thought this also looked quite bad.
Okay, but now. Am I really in trouble now? It seems unlikely it's going to be very bad.
How is knight e4 here?
Yeah.
Knight e4, queen e2 again.
King d7.
Yeah, okay, you can play like this, but somehow I didn't believe this. I just played bishop e3, and I got to play like queen a6 at some point, or c4, and try to open up position against the king. It seems very dangerous.
There's nothing else I can do. I can't go queen a5 or queen e2 or something.
Well, after queen a5, now a4 is not hanging, so I can play bishop b4 or b4 maybe.
Well, I can play queen b5 actually.
Oh, there might be queen b5 actually. Yeah, I overlooked that. Okay, yeah, this might also actually bishop b4.
I mean, it might be okay. I don't know.
Yeah, this might be okay for
because I've got
black
a
as well.
lot of time now. If you go queen e3, I'll castle queenside if I'm lucky. And stay right.
Yeah.
And you got a7.
But also, you might be in time to play c5 here as well.
Oh, c5 would be much easier, wouldn't it?
Yeah, this is always a reason. Okay, so yeah, maybe this is also another reason why this doesn't work actually. Yeah, I think so. The other line you were mentioning was after bc6, bishop c5, queen c7.
Yeah, it's never going to be critical.
The other thing I could maybe have done is bishop h6 after. Oh, well, the queen in e3 or something.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, somehow I thought I just castle and I should be better. Like
e6 or something.
Yeah, maybe this is okay.
This looks a bit uncomfortable.
It does look unpleasant.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should get rid of those bits just because it gives black more scope to more squares and gives king b7 sometimes.
Yeah, but okay, I think this knight e4 thing turns out to be okay, so I didn't go for this in the end. So I just played sort of the risk-free way. I castled first, I think, and then castled. So I think if knight g4 can take on c6.
Take on e3 doesn't work, does it?
I thought I didn't really look at this how much depth to check. Maybe I should have, but I just thought this should be good for white.
It's a pawn, isn't it? Really?
It was d5 as well, right?
Yeah.
So maybe 2 pawns. And then if you take back on c6, then I go bishop c5, and I thought, okay, there's no way this one isn't winning. Yeah, this must be winning. I mean, okay, maybe black sort of survives somehow, but it looks very dangerous. So yeah, okay.
Even though I can't go knight g4, no, I can't. Sorry, I was trying to go queen h4 in the middle.
Right, okay.
But I think bishop f4 is a good move then, probably nothing else.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So castles, h3, bishop e6. I wasn't sure if bishop e6 was right. Like, the option to take on e6 seems like it can be very useful for me at some points.
It looked like quite a strange move to me.
Yeah.
E6. Were you expecting it?
No, not really. I kind of just thought black would play rook e8 or
yeah.
something. The position does seem a little bit unpleasant either way.
Very much so.
Yeah, okay, so bishop e6, rook e1, queen d7. And then I already decided to take here. And I'm not sure exactly if it's best, but I thought maybe rook e8, rook takes e6 is going to happen, and this is okay. I'm not actually sure if I want f takes e6 or rook takes e6. And then I also thought after takes bishop g5, I just couldn't really see a good move for black. Kind of stopping everything black wants to do, like knight e4, and I'm sort of trying to just prepare c4 at some point and break everything open. So yeah, I thought this made sense. And then after rook e8, yeah, I didn't play c4 here. The reason I didn't play c4 is takes on c4, unfortunately, I think works, which I didn't actually realize before playing bishop g5, because it looks kind of weird, but whatever happens, if I take on d7, then b2 is going to hang. And if I take on c4, there's takes and knight e4, and b2 and f2 and g5, and everything's hanging. So somehow I can't play c4 yet, so I went knight d2, which I guess should be fine as well. And then after king h8 c4, yes, I was very surprised by d4 here. I think this is like, at least I kind of get everything I want. I get all the light squares, and my bishops kind of open up against everything.
So if you got another move for white here, what would it be?
Yeah, well, I wasn't sure, which is why I was expecting, like, I thought black would just kind of waste a move here and say, like, a6, or even maybe like rook back to d8 somehow if you're going to play e takes d5. I mean, I don't know if you want to pin yourself, maybe rook c8.
I could try and make it look a bit more constructive, maybe queen c7 or something.
Yeah.
That's my radar.
Yeah, queen c7. So yeah, one of the reasons of moving the rook or moving the queen is maybe some knight a5 is coming as well, and sort of forcing me to do something. And then after takes, I mean, I thought, like, these sorts of positions should be a bit better for white, but it seemed better than
not that simple to play, surely. And then I got some knight e4 ideas as well.
You have some knight e4 ideas, and also you can maybe put the pawn on d4 and put the rook on d8, and kind of it looks like you have a lot of weaknesses, but yeah, it feels like you probably have less weaknesses in the game, and I don't have sort of the d6 square and some other things. So yeah, this is what I was expecting. I think after d4, I thought this was just very strong. So like I kind of just have this square. There's all these weaknesses here. e5 is also kind of weak. It's very, very unclear to me how black should play. Actually, I don't really know what the best way to do this is. Yeah, I thought maybe just go b6 or something to try to undermine the control of the d6 square. But even then, I play like rook c1, and now I'm sort of getting another piece into the game, and there's going to be some bishop a4 issues. Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone had any better ideas how to play this, but
Someone had let's play this already. So.
Yeah, I think it looks kind of difficult anyway. So okay, knight d5 I think was played, and then knight c4. Yeah, maybe knight e. I'm not sure if knight c4 or knight e4 is better. So I mean, I just thought knight e4. There's bishop e5. So knight c4 makes more sense. But I actually missed what black played in the game, and how you can defend the d6 square. I mean, this is possible, I guess. But I went knight c4. And the idea is rook f5 and bishop f8. So bishop h4. Yeah, the reason I went bishop h4, I could play queen d2. I just thought, like, maybe this is okay. And knight d6 and rook takes f2 or something. I didn't see much need to allow this. I mean, I can play f3. So I sort of feel like I've wasted some time now. And, yeah, I'm not really 100% sure. I kind of felt like I was a bit spoiled for choice. Like, all of this looks quite nice. So yeah, bishop f8. And now, yeah, the idea I played is like a bit risky, but I think it sort of just about works out. So I went for g4. I could do the same. Like the point is to put the rook on f7 and then to play bishop a4 and knight e5. So I thought I'd do the same thing with bishop c2, but then there's rook h5. I wasn't sure exactly what to make of this. I mean, it feels like the rook should be sort of getting trapped at some point, or something bad should be happening. Like I can play, for example, bishop g3 takes a knight e5. Takes bishop takes e5, and this felt very good, and the rook must be offside, and I can maybe take on d4. But okay, yeah. So somehow I thought maybe what I played was, at least if it sort of tactically works, then it works.
Do you consider bishop a4 as well? Maybe is that an option
instead of g4? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my idea was to meet rook f7 with bishop a4, right? So I thought if bishop a4 immediately, bishop c5,
Knight e5.
and then say queen c7
Take on c6.
with bishop or
With the knight, I was thinking.
okay, knight takes. Yeah, b takes.
Maybe bishop takes is okay as well. Bishop takes and bishop g3 or something.
Yeah. This also looks pretty promising. Or rook c1. Also, I was thinking like maybe bishop takes and rook c1 or something like this as well. Yeah. Well,
So then there's rook.
sorry. I'm hanging confused. Yeah, bishop
Bishop
g3. I guess.
g3.
Yeah, this also looks pretty promising. I guess maybe
Maybe not as good.
bishop
as
d6 and queen takes d4 and c5, and it's getting, definitely white is much better.
Oh, here I can play knight f7 double check.
Yeah, that's an important point. Although the queen is hanging, so it's
King
still
g8, knight h6.
queen
h8,
h8. Yeah,
queen h8.
yeah, okay.
Or bishop d6 first.
Yeah, things do work out here. Okay. Yeah, there are a few options, I guess.
Technical problems.
But yeah,
Might be
so
rook e6 as well.
Yeah.
But g4.
Okay.
There'll be 12 ways.
yeah, so the idea here is, well, I think the rook has to go to f7 eventually. It might be worth it to flick in rook f4, and then I have to chase it away with either bishop g3 or bishop g5.
Sorry, 1 second. So if
Yeah.
I play rook f4, are you playing
Yeah.
bishop g3?
And I should say bishop g3 or bishop g5 is best. So
My idea is just to sack the exchange in all cases.
okay, fine. So bishop g3. Yeah, this is possible. Or yeah, this, and then takes on f4, and then I play something like I think
Okay.
queen f3 or something.
On some level, you've kind of asked for this treatment with the
Yeah.
bishop h3 and g4.
Yeah, maybe
Maybe
it's
rook
not
f8.
as clean. But after rook f8, the thing I think I did actually look at something like this briefly, and if rook f8, I have knight e5. Was my thought, and then I'm sort of managing to trade off some things, and e6 is kind of weak. But yeah, maybe it's not super clear.
I mean, it's just if it works, it's okay, but if it doesn't, it might be.
Yeah.
There's queen somewhere. Queen d8, let's say.
Um.
Trying
How
to
about
come here.
instead of rook f8, e5?
So what?
How about instead of rook f8?
Oh, I said rook f8 playing e5. Can I go knight takes e5?
You can take?
Yeah, you can, can't you?
Maybe on a good day.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might
Oh,
possible.
rook f8 feels logical. I want.
Yeah.
That's-
I want
mean,
a rook,
also,
rook aligned with the queen.
I'm
if I
just
can.
repulsive with G5 as well, maybe, I don't know. It's just, I mean, I feel, yeah, with these dark squares, if black can just stabilize the position, black will be okay. Maybe.
Yeah. This might have been a better way of. Maybe I shouldn't have allowed this actually.
If I can just play d3, that creates so
Yeah,
many tricks at
d3
once.
creates some problems.
Like for instance, knight e5. I don't have to play queen d8. I can even
Yeah,
consider
it's
takes,
rook
takes,
takes.
and d3 immediately, can't
Oh, c5 isn't hanging. It's 92. Okay. That's a big problem actually. This is all of a sudden not looking very, very good. I probably have to go like king h1 or something,
I? Yeah.
and then maybe bishop d4.
Well,
takes.
it's not a
Bishop.
position you
No, I
want to
don't.
lose the tempo
I don't
with it,
think.
is it?
Um,
It really isn't.
But I'm also protecting my rook still, so I can
Yeah.
play knight somewhere, wherever that is.
you can also maybe just play b6 and just wait, right?
I could, but I could try and kill you
Okay.
as well.
Yeah, sure. I'm not sure there's
Like knight e2, for example.
92. Here I might have bishop b6.
Rook f3,
Takes on d7. I guess it's
rook
rook
h3.
king g2, knight
knight
f4,
check.
king g1, 92. Is
that
at least a draw.
That could be a draw, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so maybe I have to. Yeah, this is looking very scary. Yeah, so maybe queen e4, rook takes f2, I guess, is coming.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, no, this it feels like white's definitely gone wrong here.
It just feels
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, give me
I mean, G4 seems, encouraging the enemy a bit to me. You know, like you just need to get a bit of control, and it's going to be very, very nice. But I understand that rook h5 might be an annoying defense.
Yeah, but okay, comparing the two lines, this looks much more annoying than rook h5 now.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Um,
I mean, I think
yeah.
I'd rather lose the exchange than win the exchange as white here, just have the control. That's how
Yeah,
I feel
possibly.
about it. I don't know how I'd lose it, but I can
Yeah.
imagine having some position where everybody was sitting on black, and black was feeling very, very ill indeed.
Yeah, another way to play this maybe is knight d6 here. This is also possible.
Yeah.
That's a reasonable move.
But
Okay,
really, this isn't really what I wanted to play.
If I
yeah.
take it, are you still going for a bishop g3 at the end?
Yeah, I'm still, but I'm claiming that this is a better version.
Because you've got a bishop takes d5 that you can throw in as well.
Yeah, and and also I don't have these worries by f2. I didn't get as much.
That's true.
So, but
So
you don't have to take twice.
I don't have to take even once. What have I got here?
Well, I'm threatening bishop takes d5 immediately.
Yeah, maybe once is okay.
You could play like rook f8 or something. But I go bishop g3.
That makes sense.
Oh, sorry, I was actually thinking the rook, but maybe that rook as well.
Maybe retreating this rook somewhere and thrusting knight f4.
Yeah, okay. But then I can probably take on d5 and play bishop g3. It should be quite a bit better.
That is stuff to get control, isn't it?
Yeah.
The whole point is to get control. No, knight d6 looks much more, because then you're fighting for the dark squares, which is the basic point, isn't it?
Yeah, and I also have just having bishop takes d5 in a lot of positions makes my life much easier.
Yeah, this treatment looks a lot more practical.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't planning this, but I'd seen this sort of idea. Yeah, so after rook f7, yeah, the idea basically was now sort of I changed my focus from the d6 square to the e5 square because of bishop f8. So here I play bishop a4, and now knight e5 is basically unstoppable. If you play bishop g7, then I just can go knight d6. And so I didn't really see a good way to avoid giving up the exchange for black. And so, I mean, that's what he did. He gave up an exchange.
It's more losing, actually, isn't it, than giving up at this point. So we did try knight.
Yeah, so we tried knight f4, which I guess is the most principled, but I think just sort of tactically things don't work out very well. I thought actually I couldn't find anything really that good for black here. I thought all the sort of ways of giving up the exchange weren't very strong. So okay, knight f4, knight e5, queen d5. I can take on f7 and play f3. You obviously can't take h3 because then I go king h2 and the knight's attacked, and then I can get my knight out because I can go bishop c6 and knight e5.
So if you go knight h3 first, then
King h2, I think.
King h2, and the pin doesn't help. Where are we starting? Before you take the rook, if you take knight h3, or what happens?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is also worth looking at. So after here, you could take knight h3. Yeah, my plan here was to play king f1. And so the point is now if queen d5, I thought I can take an f7, king g8.
I can play queen e7 actually after king f1 too.
Yeah, I'll also mention that. But the idea here, which maybe isn't so, I thought I'd get something very similar to the game where I go rook e4. And now I'm going to trade this knight and then take on c6 and take on d4. And just claim I'm an exchange up and I should be winning.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, I didn't see sort of a way for black to get around this. So yeah, they can also.
So if I go queen e7,
queen c7, I think.
No, queen e7 maybe.
Well, oh, bishop can't take it. That's an issue. Sorry.
I mean, it's probably not very clever. It's just,
but
it just amused me.
I can take it f7 and queen takes it. It's gonna transpose, I guess. And here I can take on c6 at this point, and then queen takes d4 check next. And I thought this should be good.
It should be, shouldn't it?
So with that other line where the queen is on d5.
Sorry, is this after knight h3 first? Queen d5.
Yeah, queen d5.
Yeah, check.
And g8.
And f3.
Do you have to give the knight, or is there
I might not. Like I wondered if I could just play something like bishop c6, b takes, and knight e5, and just ally this. I probably can. I just didn't really want.
I suppose the bishop falls, doesn't it?
Yeah, I just didn't really want to calculate all of this.
Enough.
I just thought, okay, I'll find one win, and then if I get to that position, maybe I can.
Okay. And after f3, I was not so sure about this position yet.
Okay.
So, for instance, if black plays bishop e7, is there some way to avoid trading the knight and it can still hop around and cause you trouble?
So, if bishop e7, let's say I go bishop takes e7, you're going to take with a rook.
I guess so, yeah.
And then bishop c6.
Queen takes.
Queen takes d4. Feels hard. It's hard to imagine that.
Anything very bad is happening.
The black is surviving here.
How is e5?
e5, maybe queen d6. I guess queen b5. Check. Yeah, I guess king g2, knight f4. It's maybe looking a little bit. Hang on a second. Do I have to go? Maybe not queen d6. Maybe queen c4 is better.
Okay. King g7 feels normal.
Yeah, and then
I want to swing the knight if possible.
I can go. Yeah, this might be dangerous.
Well, we go rook d1, don't we? Yeah,
Knight g5.
Yeah, rook d6. I thought was the tempo.
Knight takes e4.
Knight takes e4. So
yeah.
Knight takes e4 squeak.
What about queen c3 here?
I'm actually to fight a bit, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be able to play on. Maybe you can play Queen F6 or something. But
Well, all we're trying to do is to get a position to play, isn't it?
Yeah, Queen F6 looks normal.
Queen F6, and then we play like Rook E1.
You do play Rook E1.
You do play Rook E1, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, basically, it all blows up in a minute because E5 goes.
Mm-hmm.
It should, but it's.
How about King G8? So
King
the
G8,
move I want to make next is Rook F7.
Okay.
Well, I play Rook E1, don't I? Or is not G5 such a wondrous move?
Okay, so hang on. Suppose I play Rook E1 here.
Just Rook D1 or E1. Yeah, D1.
Well, if E1, I want Rook F7 still.
And then I just want Queen E4. Sorry, I just want to play Queen E5 is my idea.
Oh, you can do that.
Yeah, I'm going Queen E8.
That's true.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
It's not quite enough tricks for me then. Fair enough.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's like, I missed plenty of stuff around here, but this is kind of what I was thinking. And so sorry, in the game, yeah, he didn't take on H3. He just went sorry, Queen D5 immediately. And then the point is now I have to play F3. Takes. And here, yeah, I kind of want to do something very similar to what we were just talking about, where I play Rook E4. And so if he takes on H3, I can go like King G2 or H2. And then after something like Knight G5, I can take on C6, BC6, Queen D4, Bishop C5, Queen E5. And I thought this should be good for me. I'm going Rook E2 if I need to. And felt like this should probably be winning.
Yeah.
So after Rook E4, he can also go Bishop H6. I wondered about this. But somehow it feels like I should be doing well. I can also take on. So if I take on C6, he would be takes. I don't. Queen takes D4. But I think I'm trying to remember what exactly my thought was here.
Maybe you prep it with like King H2.
Yeah, this is possible. I think. I also don't have to take on C6 immediately. I can wait because also sometimes Bishop B3 is useful. Yeah, but Bishop H6 was kind of tricky, maybe. But okay, he plays G5, which is somewhat similar. Bishop G3. Now, yeah, Knight takes H3. He just has to come back to F4, and I should be able to take it twice. So he plays Knight G6, and then here I played Rook C1. I thought here I was kind of confident that I'm winning, because like Bishop takes C5, I just play Bishop B3, and the Bishop backs. So another result. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So and if I get a free move, then I just play Bishop B3, or Bishop takes C6 and Queen takes D4, and both of these are just look like very good options. So Queen takes A2 was played, which is kind of, I guess, critical. But the issue here is I go Bishop B3, and now with Queen A5, my idea was I can just play Queen E1, I think. And I thought this endgame just must be very good. I think you have to take on E1 and take on C5, and I take on E6.
Could I take on C5 immediately? Is that an option?
I think it transposes if I go Rook E6. You just have to take on E1 then.
And D3 check makes no difference to anyone.
I can take on C5.
Can take on C5.
Oh, there's check. Sorry, this takes back the check. Yeah.
Be able to.
Really? Yeah, maybe because it's Bishop F2, right? Yeah, this might be good as well. But I didn't see that in the game.
And then what do I do? Some sort of Queen B4 maybe.
But I'm taking on E8 with check, right?
And I take on B3. Is it game over? It feels game over, but I don't know.
Okay, so Queen B4. Well, hang on, I have Rook E7.
That's better.
Yeah, that should be mate.
Yeah,
King F6, I have Queen E6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Queen E6 is definitely a good one. But I mean, oh, I see.
Yeah, I think that's enough probably.
So is enough.
Yeah. So yeah, probably I thought you sort of end up in this endgame where you go Queen takes E1. I kind of thought this must be winning, although I wasn't completely sure. Rook takes E6, takes. I thought it's an exchange for a pawn, but I'm playing the king has to move out the way probably. You can play in D3.
D3 and Knight D4 problematic.
Ah, wait, I missed that. Okay, that's that might be an issue. Yeah.
You have Rook B6 check, luckily.
Yeah. Okay, that's not a good thing to miss. So I guess here knight takes b3 and
Take on b7 even if you want it.
okay. Yeah, that should be good then. Probably. I mean, okay, maybe there's king g7 and then rook takes b7. This looks good as well.
That was a bit messy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is getting a bit messy. Maybe I have some way of not allowing this.
After d3, can you play bishop f2? Is there any particular reason? I mean, I know
Oh, this might be better as well.
I mean, it's not very much what you want to do, but it's all right. Or is it takes some knight d4 causing a major incident?
It's probably quite similar. I could probably play rook b6 again. Right?
Takes some knight d4 is
I probably have this and takes here.
probably just about.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just about everything is working, I think. But even I wasn't like super sure because there's also like after rook takes e6, just king g7. Like it's not a super clean endgame. I thought I have king f1 and hopefully bishop
Well, you start
d5
king
next.
f1, don't you?
Yeah, I thought this should be winning, but I wasn't completely sure. But okay, so instead, what?
Draw on board two.
Draw on board 2. Okay, nice. Yeah, instead after bishop b3, he went queen takes b2, which I think is just a mistake. So the point is that the queen gets chased around. So at first I thought, okay, I just win the queen. I go rook a2. I go rook a4. I go bishop c4. And if queen b2, I have rook c2, right? But then, okay, there's queen takes c5. Okay, it's very hard to believe that black can defend this endgame, but it is 2 pieces and 2 pawns for queen. And I was like, okay, I have to be a little bit careful here. I thought I have queen c2 actually. And then I'm going queen f5 check next.
Strange things can always happen in these endgames.
Yeah.
Can't they?
So I kind of thought, okay, like I have this, but
I think there are losing chances for white as well. In this sort of
yeah, like I have to be careful. You know, maybe at some point these pawns are around and my king gets weak. So I thought, okay, this isn't like optimal. Like is there anything better? And then I realized after queen b4, I have bishop b1. And so after queen b5, I can go bishop c4 going into the same endgame. But the point actually is I have bishop a4, queen a6, and queen b3. And there's just, at least as far as I can tell, 0 moves. The queen is just trapped, and black has to go material. I'm just playing bishop b5 next.
d3 is nothing,
d3, I think I just play bishop b5.
and knight d4.
Oh, wait, that is a big miss. Oh wait, I have bishop takes e8 maybe too.
Why do I care?
You have to well. There are some issues though. Yeah, I kind of just always thought any knight move when I can take on e8 with check, and then the queen is hanging.
Bishop f2, and I'm still correct.
What?
Bishop f2 of d3.
D3 bishop f2 maybe is. But there's d2 then. At least you're holding on a bit longer, right? There's also maybe rook takes d2, queen a5. Hang on a second. Okay, so bishop b5, knight d4. That feels like there should be some way to do this. So I take on e8.
King takes.
And I go queen b2. So knight e2 check a problem. Takes.
Well, I don't know if it's a problem, but I might have to do it anyway.
Yeah, I don't see anything else. Like
Then
I'm just going to go queen takes d4 otherwise.
knight e2.
And knight f3, I think king f2 is probably good.
Let's go knight e2.
So knight e2, I guess I just take it. And then I hope this endgame is winning. It's a little unclear maybe, but it looks pretty good. I probably have bishop d2 to start with, stop knight f4, and then bishop e3. And then king f2. It should probably be good, but yeah.
And if I had played knight takes f3, what's going on?
King f2, I thought. Oh wait, there's queen
Queen
c6.
c6, yeah.
Yeah, maybe this is more troubling. I have. Yeah, this is getting quite scary actually. Okay. Yeah, somehow.
Was there something cleaner at the beginning? I mean, do you have to?
Yeah, it feels like
I
there
mean,
should be
chasing
something.
the queen feels sort of be much nicer if you could bash him. In some way.
I mean, they said bishop f2, which I suppose
Yeah, bishop
serves the purpose of stopping knight
Do we
d4.
have to do
Yeah.
all of this? I
Yeah,
mean, the
maybe-
queen's stomping around, but isn't black?
Yep.
Can you get an attack somehow while he's running around with his queen?
So I think bishop f2, d2
How about knight
is what.
f4? Is that a move?
Knight f4. And if I play bishop b5 here,
Knight e2 check.
rook e2.
Well,
That
d4,
spoils it.
so the-
Yeah.
Yes.
And then here, the queen I think is just
And
trapped.
queen takes a2 is hopeless, is it?
That's a good question.
What's the score at this point?
I mean, it looks like white should be doing well, but it's not entirely clean. I think it probably is clean. I probably have queen takes d3 and queen takes h7. And I have, it's just a rook and a piece. I'm picking up some pawns.
You might want to play rook e8, queen takes knight d2 as well. I don't suppose you can. But no, the white king is already in f1, is it? That's too close.
Yeah, I'm kind of doubtful that will work. Like I can play bishop a4 at some point to stop the pawn.
Yeah, bishop f2.
Yeah, bishop f2 might be
Well, it's
might be
a
right.
tricky move.
This match is looking really close to me.
Yeah, this.